Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Fairy Tale: The Wonderful Journey of the World Walker. Part 1. The moment the sharp pain exploded, Aaron felt as if his skull had been forcibly melted through by scalding dragon fire. To think I would actually capsize in the gutter here with a geel. This was Aaron's final thought before closing his eyes. Aaron was a transmigrator. After a hearty and satisfying all-nighter, he transmigrated to the lands between in Elden Ring, becoming an unremarkable tarnished. From the moment his feet touched the land of the lands between, Aaron's life shifted from its original ordinariness into endless battle. He traveled through Limgrave, roamed the Weeping Peninsula, and fought alongside a host of heroes in Caelid against the Starscourge General, liberating the laws of the stars. Dragonblood Swordsman was the title the other Tarnished gave him. Because he had killed dragons more than once and carried several types of dragon communion incantation. Unlike the Tarnished in the game, Aaron did not possess the ability to be reborn after death. He had made it this far on his own life, relying solely on his own caution and effort, and, of course, the help of other Tarnished and the locals. Originally, he had thought that with his strength, having even taken down the Starscourge General Radon, heading to the Lakes region to complete a side quest, would be a piece of cake. However, it was unexpected. Just as a pitcher eventually breaks at the well, even a great general cannot avoid falling on the battlefield. When Flying Dragon Aguil's dragon fire poured over Aaron's helmet, Aaron's first reaction was that he had crashed, and his second reaction was, "Bullying me because I only have one life, right? If you've got guts, fight me again." Whoosh! The wildness of the lands between still lingered in his eyes as Flying Dragon Aguil's dragon breath, capable of tearing the earth apart, slammed fiercely onto Aaron's head. The helmet from the banished knight could not fully block this fatal blow. Aaron felt a sharp pain, and then his consciousness, like fragmented shadows swept away by a gale, instantly plunged into darkness. At the critical moment, he only had time to grip the cold, gleaming bloodhound's fang in his hand before he knew nothing more. Cough, cough. It felt as if only an instant had passed, yet also as if a long century had gone by. Aaron suddenly choked up a mouthful of blood that tasted of rust, awakening from the chaos. Upon looking, it was no longer the gray, hazy sky of the lands between, but a blue so clear it was almost foreign. There was no scent of death and decay in the wind, instead, it carried the crispness of wild plants. This is outside of the lands between. Clatter. He leaned on the bloodhound's fang in his hand and slowly stood up, the banished knight armor still covering his body. On that armor were still the scorched marks of dragon fire, and faint smoke mixed with a burnt smell hissed. Water. The heat and thirst drove Aaron to hurry to a small stream. Too impatient to find a suitable container, he scooped up water directly with his hands and splashed it onto his face. The stream water tasted sweet. As he expected, this place was not the lands between. In the lands between, the water in the rivers must never be drunk directly. I seem to have transmigrated again. At least my previous gains haven't diminished at all. Feeling the power still online within his body, Aaron stood by the small stream, looking at his reflection in the water. It was still his original handsome face and short black hair. Those eyes were still dull, without a shred of light, like a deep, dark pool. That was the unique mark of the Tarnished who were abandoned by the Erd Tree and had lost their grace would never have a lively luster in their eyes, only a silent grayness. However, this situation was not eternal. If Aaron continuously learned and used the Dragon Communion incantation, his eyes would eventually turn into evil dragon pupils. If he still did not stop pursuing the power of dragons at that point, then he would eventually turn into a magma worm. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about this. So what kind of place have I transmigrated into? Before he could sort out everything around him, a deafening dragon roar exploded beside him. Roar. The massive body that blocked out the sky landed in the wilderness clearing not far away. Those wings spread out, kicking up a gale, and the scales shimmered with a deep cyan luster under the unfamiliar sunlight. Flying dragon, Agil. Clearly, it was also enraged by this sudden transmigration. Agil. Aaron's eyes widened, watching those dragon pupils staring fixedly at him. In its throat, dragon fire once again rolled, ready to be unleashed. Agil actually followed him here. Is transmigration a, buy one, get one free, deal now? Roar. Clearly, Agil did not understand the meaning of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. With the flying dragon right in his face, Aaron did not feel a shred of fear at this moment, all he felt was, "You little brat. You've come at just the right time." Regarding this flying dragon that had caused him to crash and interrupted his grand cause of becoming Elden Lord, Aaron did not hesitate. Having long been accustomed to slaughter in the lands between, he raised his hand to draw the bloodhound's fang, lowered his body, and sprinted close to the ground like a bloodhound. At the same time, he gripped the finger seal in his other hand, the dragon communion incantation ready to be unleashed. Roar. Agil took the initiative, and another torrent of scorching dragon breath surged toward Aaron. The air was instantly distorted by the high temperature, and the wild grass on the ground turned to ash in an instant. Hiss. Aaron dragged the bloodhound's fang across the ground, narrowly dodging to the side, and used the protection of his armor to withstand a bit of the residual heat. He then channeled the dragon communion incantation within his body. A ferocious dragon head appeared, and dragon breath as scorching as Agil's burst from that dragon mouth. Though it was not as massive as Agil's, it accurately struck the flying dragon's weak point at its neck. Ah! Agil felt the pain and retreated repeatedly. Taking advantage of the gap while Agil was in pain, Aaron quickly closed the distance, his blade slashing fiercely upward, cutting deep into the gaps between the flying dragon's scales. The next second, he used the recoil to step back, dodging Agil's instinctive counterattack. Taste my weapon art. The bloodhound's fang, this strangely shaped weapon, came with a unique weapon art. The moment after the user slashed the blade upward and retreated using the recoil. Hiss. In an instant, Aaron seemed to merge into the void. When he appeared again, he had teleported in front of the flying dragon, and as his long blade slashed across, it left a bloody gash. Roar. With just this blow, Agil's body bled uncontrollably. It instinctively tried to bite, but was dodged by Aaron once again. This time, I won't be careless. No, from today on, I won't be careless at all. Gripping the bloodhound's fang, Aaron lowered his body and said, like a bloodhound. Boom. Boom. Tap 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 tap. Outside the battlefield, a short figure was rapidly approaching. The sound is getting closer and closer. What on earth is this? Ah! At the edge of the forest not far from the battlefield between Aaron and Agil, a short but steady aura figure had just arrived and was shocked by everything before him. This is, a dragon. Makarov's eyes widened, watching the young man clad in armor swing the great sword in his hand, striking straight at the severely wounded flying dragon before him. Hey! Don't! Yet! Hiss! The bloodhound's fang entered the body, and dragon blood like a stream sprayed directly onto the young man's face. Immediately after, the young man seemed to have exhausted all his strength, falling down powerlessly, unable to rise again for a moment. Kill it! Golden light was already shining on Makarov's hands, but he was still a few seconds too late. Oh dear. This is really. Young man. Hey. Can you still hear me? Too late to investigate how a species like the flying dragon, which had been extinct in Ishgar for hundreds of years, could have one left behind. Makarov hurried to Aaron's side, reached out, and checked his vital signs. Fortunately, there was still a pulse and breathing, it was just that the young man's face was pale. He was clearly exhausted. Not good, this is the simultaneous depletion of magic power and physical strength. If he isn't treated, I fear that. With no time to think too much, Makarov directly cast his giant magic, hoisted the unconscious Aaron onto his shoulder, turned, and sprinted toward the direction of the town of Magnolia. Fairy Tale. A mage guild located within the Kingdom of Fury, situated in the town center of Magnolia. It is famous throughout the Kingdom of Fury for the large number of exceptional mages within the guild. One could say it is a gathering of experts, renowned far and wide. Of course, due to certain well-known reasons, one could also say it is infamous tilde. In short, this guild has high ratings for both positive and negative aspects. In terms of overall strength, it is the number one ranked guild in the Kingdom of Fury. Boom. Bang. Crash. The seemingly endless sounds of clamor and fighting came from within the guild. Fairy Tale's days almost always began like this. But today, it was destined to be a day unlike any other. Bang. With a dull thud, the guild's doors were violently kicked open. The sound was so loud that it momentarily suppressed all the clamor. Master. For a moment, the men and women in the guild stopped what they were doing, everyone's gaze turning toward the short old man standing at the doorway. Master, you're back. Behind the guild's spacious bar, the long white-haired girl took the dinner plate that had just been placed on her head, revealed a gentle smile, and greeted the short old man at the door. Did the meeting go well? We'll talk about the meeting later. Jet. Makarov didn't have time to worry about the tables and chairs in the guild. He simply raised his hand and pointed at a yellow-haired young man who was being forcibly gagged with shrimp sushi by his companion. Here. Jet, having been startled, flung the shrimp sushi out of his mouth and stood at attention alongside Droy. Go to the outskirts immediately and bring Perliuzica here. Only then did the crowd in the guild notice the blood-soaked young man lying behind Makarov. Master, this is. Seeing this, the white-haired poster girl also became serious. She quickly wove through the crowd and arrived in front of Makarov. No time to explain, Murajan. This kid needs immediate treatment. Go find a clean room and let him lie down properly. Gray, Droy, Macau, Alzak, you few, go to the woods on the outskirts. There's a big guy there. Stay put, don't touch it, and don't let anyone else touch it. Understood. Those called out responded and immediately rushed out the door. Gray. Before you go, put your clothes on. Yes. Ha. Ha. On the hospital bed, Erin's breathing gradually steadied. That's about it. Putting down the instruments in her hand, Granny Perliuzica spoke. The main cause of the coma was the exhaustion of physical strength and magic power, along with some burn injuries from flames. However, this kid has excellent physical constitution and is no longer in life-threatening danger. The special medicine has been administered, so he just needs to rest quietly to wake up. He should be awake soon. Thank you very much, Perliuzica. Makarov wiped his face and thanked her sincerely. HMPH, in the end, it was caused by all that fighting. Perliuzica coldly snorted, unsatisfied. Makarov, where did you pick up such a murderous kid? The scent on him is something I've only seen on bloody battlefields. Don't come to me for things like this again. Yes, 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 it won't happen again. Makarov promised repeatedly, though he didn't take it to heart. Having known each other for many years, Makarov understood this old friend's temperament too well. Sharp tongue, soft heart, that was her exactly. All right. He's out of danger, I'm leaving. Perliuzica shook her cloak and stood up, walking toward the door. Aren't you going to wait for him to wake up? Makarov asked with a smile. You should at least give him a chance to thank you, right? Forget it. Perliuzica snorted coldly, brushing past Murajan, who was standing at the door. Give him some porridge, and add some sugar. Perliuzica glanced at Murajan, her gaze softening quite a bit at that moment. That will help him recover faster. Yes, Granny Perliuzica. Murajan nodded with a smile, watching the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Granny Perliuzica leave. Thus, after sleeping for another 2 hours or so, Eren finally slowly opened his dim, lusterless eyes. What met his eyes was an unfamiliar wooden ceiling. The air was filled with a faint medicinal scent and the warmth of a hearth. He felt that his banished knight armor had been properly removed and placed by the bed. He was only wearing soft undergarments, and the pain in his body had eased significantly. He tilted his head and saw a short, white-haired, white-bearded old man sitting on a chair not far away. The old man's eyes were gentle, and he was looking at him with a grin. It was Makarov. You're awake, young man. How do you feel? Makarov spoke, his voice quite kind. Aaron nodded slightly. He stared at the old man before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity for a moment. Thank you for saving me. Where is this? This is Fairy Tale. Just then, soft footsteps sounded from the doorway. A beautiful, gentle girl with long white hair walked in carrying a bowl of hot porridge. It was Mirajan. She placed the sweet porridge on the table and, for the first time, carefully examined the young man before her. You. She seemed to want to say something, but Mirajan's gaze fixed on Aaron's face, causing her thoughts to pause. Only now did she realize that the young man before her actually had an exceptionally striking appearance. His features were deep and distinct, and between his brows lay a coldness and loneliness born from experiencing life and death. Even though his eyes were dim and lusterless, it didn't affect his aura in the slightest. Instead, it added a sense of shattered beauty. This is Fairy Tale. The newly awakened Aaron didn't notice the girl's emotions, he realized it now. So, I've transmigrated into the world of Fairy Tale. This is truly unexpected. One could even say it's a blessing in disguise. If one were to arrange a suitable location for transmigrators, there is no doubt that the rating for the lands between from the Elden Ring would never match that of Fairy Tale. Although the former is very popular, what kind of freakish monsters are there? That sewer, that haligtree, that grand cloister, or those places for humans to go? If Aaron had stayed in the lands between, his best ending would have been to start the Age of Stars with Rani. After all, he had already sent Radon to the Shadow Realm Mygo before transmigrating. But now, a breath of dragon fire from Flying Dragon Agil had sent the suffering Aaron from the lands between to Fairy Tale. This world is much friendlier. Although there is a final boss like the Black Dragon Aknologia, fortunately, the overall tone isn't as hopeless as Elden Ring, and there is also. Aaron shifted his gaze away from the short old man Makarov and turned to the white-haired guild poster girl. No introduction was needed. Aaron, who had vaguely followed Fairy Tale for a while, knew her. Mirajan Strauss. The poster girl of the Fairy Tale Guild, who also possessed powerful takeover magic. Whether in terms of combat power or looks, she was quite impressive, and she was currently, Aaron blinked. He noticed that the pretty girl before him was staring straight at his face, causing his brain to momentarily lag. Aaron spoke, weighing his words. Being stared at like that by a girl made him feel a bit awkward. Mirajan Strauss. Mirajan finally snapped out of it at this moment. Her delicate face flushed unconsciously, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and said first, "You are safe now, you are in the Fairy Tale Guild." Correct. Makarov nodded, revealing a gentle smile. It's very safe here, young man. I should have been brought here by you, right? Thank you for your help, Master Makarov. Aaron recalled and thanked him sincerely. You know me. Makarov narrowed his eyes in surprise, but he didn't doubt much, as he was one of the 10 wizard saints, and too many people knew him. He was just a bit surprised that he had absolutely no impression of this young man. Logically, with the strength this young man had to slay a dragon, he should have heard of him. Could he be from another country? Master Makarov of the 10 Wizard Saints, I have heard of you, and Fairy Tale as well, of course, Miss Mirajan too. You even know Mirajan. In that case, you are. As a transmigrator, Aaron had absolutely no self-awareness about hiding his uniqueness. The moment he confirmed he had arrived in the world of Fairy Tale, he had already thought about how to introduce his origins, be honest, and add a little artistic embellishment that the locals could understand. I should be a world traveler, or a traveler from another world. In Aaron's introduction, he was a traveler who crossed worlds, having arrived here due to an accident while subjugating Flying Dragon Agil. And after Aaron finished introducing his background, Mirajan and Makarov's reaction was, "Oh my, that really is a strange accident. So, you are staying here as a guest for now. Then when do you plan to go back?" Yes, there wasn't much questioning, just full acceptance of Aaron's statement. There are millions of transmigrators, but there can't be many who can be open and honest about being a transmigrator to the locals in the second chapter. Aaron looked at the two before him and smiled helplessly. Just as he thought, in this world, there was no need to hide anything. After all, in fairy tale, everyone carries a bit of bizarreness about them. You are a transmigrator from another world. Then may I ask which other world you are a transmigrator from? We don't just have people from other worlds here, we also have people from the past and the future. Although Aaron hadn't watched all of Fairy Tale, he had watched many breakdowns, and even did cosplay with his roommate back in college. He had some understanding of the characters and overall tone of this work. Therefore, after a brief consideration, Aaron told them his background directly. Sure enough, Master Makarov and Marajan accepted it. Go back. Aaron pondered Makarov's question, and finally said helplessly, my memory stops at the moment before death. In that case, the trigger for my world crossing should be near death, so it's probably very difficult to go back. Besides, who would want to go back? Living in the world of fairy tale is much better than being a rolling gourd in the lands between, right? Ah, if that's the case. Makarov clapped his hands, his kind eyes filled with the benevolence of kidnapping a kid. Do you want to join fairy tale? Master, you're just accepting my statement like this. Despite having expected it, Aaron was somewhat amazed at the level of trust Makarov had in him. Why wouldn't I accept it? Did you lie? Makarov smiled quite magnanimously. No. Aaron shook his head. If Makarov wanted to know, he could even tell Makarov about the things he knew regarding Acknowledge and Zirv, although as a casual fan, he didn't know too much. Then that's that. Makarov laughed loudly, reached out and patted Aaron's shoulder, saying, you said it yourself, unless you die, you can't go back. Come to think of it, this doesn't seem like such an incredible ability, so don't feel constrained by it. Everyone in the guild is a very good person. Oh right, what was your name again? Aaron. Aaron Ingwell. Aaron glanced at the banished knight armor nearby and added a surname to his name. Then Aaron Ingwell, in the name of the current master of the Fairy Tale Guild, I ask you, do you want to join the guild and become our companion? Aaron's gaze swept across Makarov and Marajan's faces, and finally, he said with a smile, Master, actually, I've never been good at refusing people. Then there is only one answer. Rest well. Makarov patted Aaron on the shoulder and laughed. Rest for one night, and you should be fully recovered by tomorrow. As one of the 10 wizard saints, Makarov could sense the vibrant life force within the young man before him. Wounds that would be fatal to an ordinary person were merely minor injuries to him, and after drinking Granny Perliuzika's potion, this young man named Aaron Ingwell was almost completely healed. Let Marajan look after you here, it'll be a good chance for you to learn about the guild. I have to go deal with that big guy. Agil. What? Makarov stopped in his tracks. The flying dragon, Agil. Aaron smiled and said, the name of that big guy. In fact, it isn't a product of this world, it hitched a ride with me. I see, that explains it. Makarov nodded. Master, you'd better get over there as soon as possible. Marajan, standing to the side, tilted her head and offered a meaningful smile. If the big guy you and Aaron are talking about is a flying dragon, then right now. Oh no. A look of sheer horror appeared on Makarov's face, as if he were staring into the apocalypse. It had apparently been several hours since Aaron was brought here. And the ones who had been guarding the flying dragon in the forest were. Arg. I actually left those brats guarding the flying dragon for this long. Bang. The door slammed shut as Makarov wailed and bolted out the door. PFF'd. Inside the room, Aaron and Marajan couldn't help but chuckle. Is the master always like this? Yes. Marajan smiled, picked up the bowl of porridge nearby, stirred it with a spoon, and brought it to Aaron's lips. Come on, Aaron, open up. Say, actually, I can eat by myself. Aaron turned his head away, feeling a bit awkward. It was his first time being fed by someone other than his parents. That won't do. Mirajan narrowed her eyes mischievously. The master instructed me to take care of you. Ah, well. Aaron had no choice but to open his mouth reluctantly and accept Mirajan's care. His helpless expression made the young woman laugh nonstop. Looking at him like this, he's actually quite cute. After finishing the bowl of porridge like that, Mirajan placed the bowl on the table, rested her body on her elbows, and leaned against the edge of the bed. Come to think of it, Aaron, what's up with your eyes? I initially thought they were injured. Aaron touched the corner of his eye and looked up at Mirajan, his dull eyes remaining completely calm. It's not an injury, it's a sort of mark. In that previous world, I was a tarnished, one forsaken by grace. Therefore, my eyes are destined to be without light. It's a mark etched into my bloodline. Tarnished, that doesn't sound very friendly. As a young woman who was quite keen on fashion, Mirajan instinctively felt uncomfortable with the word, tarnished. It's indeed not very friendly, or rather, that world itself isn't very friendly. Aaron lowered his hand and asked, Mirajan, would you like to hear stories about that world? Sure. Mirajan nodded, not just out of curiosity, but because she sensed that Aaron had a strong urge to confide in someone at that moment. If we are to talk about that world, it must start from a long, long time ago. In the very beginning, the Golden Order. No matter how long the night before was, the sun would always rise on time the next day. Beneath the clear blue sky, Fairy Tale welcomed a new day. Good morning, Mirajan. Good morning. Aaron followed beside Mirajan, walking on the path to the guild hall. He had changed into casual clothes, his banished knight armor and that bloodhound's fang were left in the room. He really did look like a local now. Miss Mirajan, you are very popular. Aaron said with a smile. That's just because of my work at the request board. Mirajan answered humbly, then added, come to think of it, Aaron, you aren't familiar with the situation in Magnolia yet. Would you like to be my partner and do some work around the guild first? The daily life of a mage in this world generally consisted of a cycle of accepting requests, completing missions, receiving payment, and then accepting more requests. Most were drifters, and mages who did regular jobs, like being a guild server, were in the minority. Mirajan was quite looking forward to having a colleague. Of course, it would be even better if that colleague was someone with a good image and temperament. That works. I really don't know much about the situation in this world. Oh my, so Aaron doesn't really know much about this place. Mirajan smiled with a playful glint in her eyes. Then how did you know me and the master? I said it yesterday, in the world I originally came from, dreams can connect to other worlds. After much thought, Aaron still hadn't directly stated last night that this world is actually a manga, because in his experience, the worlds he traveled to all possessed an extremely high degree of freedom. If he acted with the arrogance of a higher dimensional being, he was bound to suffer a great loss. He had suffered such a loss in the lands between. At that time, he was still adventuring in the Weeping Peninsula when he heard that Sir Gideon Ofnir had taken a few skilled tarnished and slaughtered Godric, dragging his great runes all over the place. That event had shocked him for quite a while. It was from that moment on that he learned to treat every acquaintance he encountered with a normal mindset, no longer regarding himself as a prophet who has read the script. That's truly amazing, being able to see people from another world through dreams. Mirajan's tone suddenly became a bit low when she said this, but she quickly adjusted her state and led Aaron into the guild. Oh. The Dragon Slayer is here. As soon as he entered the guild, Aaron was hit by a wave of clamor. A crowd of mages gathered around him in an instant. Is it him? It must be him. What's your name? Which guild are you a mage from? Did you kill that dragon? Aaron was blocked at the entrance by the crowd and couldn't move for a moment, while Mirajan had already been squeezed out. You fools, move aside. Finally, someone got angry in the shoving, threw the first punch, and struck the person next to them. Who hit me? You fool. Arg. Relying on the footwork that allowed him to maneuver around three dogs, Aaron managed to squeeze out of the encirclement with great difficulty. At this moment, he had lost his previous status as the focus, and had become an NPC in a brawl. Since he was an NPC, it was best not to stand in the circle. Rubbing his messy hair, Aaron moved toward the guild counter. Mirajan had arrived a step ahead of him, her messy white hair looking like a bird's nest. The guild members are really quite enthusiastic. Aaron leaned against the table and said with a smile. You'll get used to it later. Mirajan smoothed her hair and took out a stamp, which was the guild's crest. Have you thought about where you want it stamped? Right here. Aaron thought for a moment, pulled open his collar, and exposed the left side of his neck. It was a relatively conspicuous position, even if he wore a shirt, part of the pattern would still be visible. Geez, suddenly exposing this spot. Mirajan's face flushed imperceptibly. Her gaze lingered on Aaron's fair neck for a moment before she pressed the stamp down. Thus, Aaron Ingwell officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Ahem. Makarov climbed onto the bar counter at this moment. He coughed loudly twice, bringing everyone back from the chaos. Everyone. Look at me. Under everyone's gaze, Makarov briefly introduced Aaron and added, starting from today, Aaron is our companion in the guild. Hee, today is a good day, let's have a banquet. Oh, 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 oh. Long live the master. Long live Aaron. Facts have proven that in Fairy Tale, even if you kill a flying dragon single-handedly, the enthusiasm everyone maintains for you won't last more than half an hour. When the banquet welcoming Aaron to the guild first began, quite a few people came over to chat with Aaron, asking him about slaying the dragon. Levy even specifically brought a notebook over, saying she wanted to record some key information. But very quickly, everyone's attention was drawn away by the banquet itself. The guild has a very nice atmosphere. Pushing a freshly mixed cocktail toward Jet, who was beside him, Aaron smiled and said, "This one's on me. Hey, don't take it to heart." Jet smiled and downed the drink in front of him. He knew this was Aaron thanking him for inviting Granny Perliusica to treat his injuries. Hey, Aaron, can I have another one? The woman with long, dark brown hair slammed an empty glass onto the counter and demanded loudly. Dame Tilda. Aaron smiled and gently pushed away Kana's glass with his finger. Mirajan says that Miss Kana has already racked up a large tab, so I can't sell you any more. TCH. Fine, don't sell it then. Kana turned her head to the side, seemingly angry, but Aaron just shrugged and pulled a 100J banknote from his person. Yesterday, Makarov had advanced him a large sum for living expenses. You should pay off your debt as soon as possible, Miss Kana. Hey, I like you, newbie. Kana boldly wrapped her arm around Aaron's neck and vigorously ruffled his hair. Come to think of it, Aaron, I really didn't expect someone with your strength to be working as a waiter. I thought you would go straight out to take on some high-difficulty missions and go on adventures. After finishing the cocktail in his glass, Jet looked at Aaron, who was now wearing a waiter's uniform, and said with a smile. That would be a bit reckless, Jet. In the place I originally came from, recklessness means danger. Good heavens, you are not very fairy tale at all. Jet exclaimed dramatically. Perhaps, but I have strong adaptability. I think I'll be able to integrate with everyone soon. Aaron tried his best to extricate himself from Kana's enthusiastic grasp and straightened his messy hair. Speaking of which, that dragon you killed. Boom. A loud bang interrupted their conversation. The guild doors were slammed open from the outside, and a flurry of hasty footsteps accompanied by the soft sound of flapping wings approached. Ah, Natsu is back. Jet introduced him subconsciously. Where is the mage who killed a dragon? The pink-haired boy strode in, pulling on Happy's paw. Having just completed an outside mission, thin beads of sweat hung on his forehead, and his hair was sticking up in a messy tangle. His eyes swept across the guild until, finally, he saw the unfamiliar face standing behind the bar. Is it you? The boy named Natsu didn't even bother to rest. He rushed to Aaron in a few quick steps and grabbed his arm with such force that even Aaron was almost dragged out from behind the bar. You're Aaron, right? I heard about you on my way back. Did you kill a dragon? What was that dragon's background? Do you know the whereabouts of any other dragons? Do you know a fire dragon named Igneal? He's about this big. Natsu stopped halfway through, unable to find the right measurement, so he could only spread his arms as wide as possible to demonstrate. Natsu. Don't be so impatient. Happy, the winged cat beside him, repeatedly tried to stop him while constantly apologizing to Aaron. It's all right. You must be Natsu, right? And that makes you happy, right? Aaron felt it was quite interesting to see the blue cat in front of him speaking human language while flying in midair. About the dragon. After some explanation, Aaron clarified the issue of why Igil is a dragon, yet not a dragon, to Natsu. The difference between the dragons in Fairy Tail and the dragons in Elden Ring is quite significant. The former are all beings capable of human speech and wielding magic, while the latter vary greatly in strength. Figures like Baal or the Dragon Lords are full of presence, but flying dragon Igil, well, it can only be described literally as one found on the side of the road. Of course, Aaron, having been blasted to death by a mouthful of dragon phlegm from one found on the side of the road, didn't really have the standing to say that. So it wasn't one. Natsu's spirits visibly drooped. He had heard news of a dragon on his way back and thought he had found a lead. Don't be discouraged, Natsu. Aaron patted his shoulder and said with deep meaning. Those who love us never truly leave. As long as you do not forget those memories, Igneal remains in your heart. Yeah, Aaron, you're right. Natsu nodded heavily and then said. So, let's spar. Huh. Even though he was mentally prepared, Aaron couldn't help but be stunned by Natsu's erratic nature at this moment. That has absolutely nothing to do with what we were just talking about. Natsu. Murajan put on a stern face and said seriously. Aaron was still in a hospital bed last night, don't mess around. Exactly, Natsu is so impatient. Happy chimed in from the side. Is that so? Seeing Natsu's mood sink, Aaron suddenly smiled. He picked up the towel nearby to wipe his hands and said. If it's just a spar, that's fine. Huh. Murajan was a bit surprised, then said with dissatisfaction. Don't push yourself. It's fine, Murajan. Aaron shrugged, and a glimmer of light seemed to appear in his dull eyes. In the world I came from, when an opponent comes knocking at your door, you can't just run away without a fight. Besides, I also want to know what the gap is between me and the partners in the guild. Oh. Is Aaron going to fight Natsu? Go for it, Aaron. Beat that fire-breathing idiot to a pulp. Gray. You exhibitionist, what are you saying? Then. Aaron smiled, took off his waiter's vest, and unbuttoned the top button of his collar. Then, could I ask the master to help find a suitable place? Not far away, Makarov, who was sitting at the bar, drank the last of his wine. Well, I was also wanting to see what your strength is like, Aaron. Everyone, let's go to the backyard. All right. If transmigrating to the world of Fairy Tail was the first good thing for Aaron, then the second good thing happened last night, after he finished telling stories to Murajan, in his dreams. In his dream, Aaron suddenly found himself in a dim, colorless room, and this room. Isn't this my old bedroom? It wasn't his dormitory in the lands between, but his bedroom from when he was on Blue Star. The desk, chair, bed, wall cabinet, and all sorts of miscellaneous items were all there. Except for the colors being dull as if in a black and white movie, everything else was exactly the same as in his memory. What on earth is? Aaron reached out, wanting to pick up a figurine at the corner of the desk, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it in the slightest. That, Merlin, seemed as if it were welded to the desk. What is this? Just for looking, not for touching. If you're not buying, don't touch, is that it? This is. Aaron looked around and suddenly stopped at a certain spot. It was a sketch, held to the wall cabinet by a magnet. In the drawing was a young man in an anime style with short black hair and handsome features, whose temperament was very similar to Aaron's. It was worth noting that the young man's eyes were blood red, and a six-pointed shuriken pattern was imprinted in both of his pupils. This drawing is in color. Those eyes were a scarlet red like blood, appearing incredibly conspicuous in this dim room. This was a custom character design Eren had commissioned from an artist friend. He had been really into Naruto back then, so he had gotten this drawing made. Come to think of it, a long time had passed. He reached out and gently took the drawing into his hands. The next second, Eren felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Ah! To this day, having grown accustomed to life on the edge of a blade, Eren's ability to endure pain was naturally far superior to before, yet even so, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Tears mixed with a bit of blood flowed down his cheeks. When he opened his eyes again, Eren felt that everything in front of him was incredibly clear. He turned to the full-length mirror nearby. In the dim mirror, a splash of scarlet was particularly conspicuous. In those eyes, two small tomo were slowly rotating around the pupils. Those eyes, without a doubt. Ha! So that's how it is. Let's get this straight, Eren, I won't hold back. Makarov and the crowd arrived at the backyard. Everyone formed a circle, watching the two people inside. Who will win? Natsu or Eren? I bet on Eren to win. Gray, who was shirtless, whispered to Kana beside him. I saw that dragon yesterday, too. It's not something that can be compared to ordinary dangerous species. Not necessarily, right? After all, Natsu is also a dragon slayer. That little flame of his is barely enough to light a stove. Hey, hey. Gray, what are you muttering about? Do you want to fight? A dragon slayer's constitution is naturally superior to an ordinary person's, in terms of resilience, stamina, and the five senses. Besides, Gray hadn't made an effort to lower his voice. Oh, is that so? Do you want to fight me first? Fire dragon idiot. Exhibitionist. What? The spar hadn't even started yet, and one side was already about to duel with the audience. Eren shook his head quite helplessly and exchanged a glance with Mirajan beside him. Are they always like this? Yes, they are. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just as well, it gives me time to adapt to my new power. Interlacing his fingers, Eren did a stretch. Last night, after awakening that pair of two Tomo Sharingan, Eren had obtained the basic usage method for his cheat, which had arrived one world late. He needed to constantly come into contact with extraordinary power to advance the unlocked progress of his bedroom. In other words, he had to find people to fight, then absorb the scattered energy during the battle. After accumulating enough, he could condense a lacrima in the shape of a glowing hexahedron. With this lacrima, he could unlock the various merchandise in his bedroom. And every piece of merchandise here represented a power. For Eren, this was a simple path, and at the same time, a path destined for invincibility. Because in his bedroom, there were not only Fate series Merlin figurines, but also various merchandise from other works. What's more, he could sense that his pair of two Tomo Sharingan could also grow. After all, when he commissioned the artwork, his artist friend had drawn an original Eternal Mangekyo. At this moment, Eren was incredibly grateful that, as a veteran otaku, he had scrimped and saved in his early years to accumulate all these assets, which was the only reason he could have such smooth sailing today. Looking at Natsu opposite him, Eren revealed an irrepressible smile. Your magical power comes from your own cultivation and is flimsy and unstable, while my power is accumulated bit by bit from my living expenses. The difference is clear. These are all the fruits of my hard work. Then, let's begin. Makarov coughed a few times, signaling everyone to quiet down, and Natsu also turned around to face Eren. Eren, do you want to use a sword and armor? Alzak, the cowboy, on the periphery, suddenly asked. He had noticed while guarding the dragon yesterday that it had the most sword wounds, from which he deduced that Eren was accustomed to using weapons. That won't be necessary. Eren smiled, extended his hand, and showed the finger seal on his hand. This is my, catalyst for using magic. In this world, not all mages can cast spells on their own, many types of magic require catalysts and items to be cast. For example, the heroine Lucy Heartfilia, who is a celestial spirit mage, relies on celestial spirit keys to summon reliable followers to fight. Without the keys, her combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Lucy in the guild until now. Is she out on a mission? That doesn't seem right, though. I remember that Lucy usually goes on missions with Natsu, doesn't she? It was a bit strange to come to Fairy Tale and not see Lucy, especially since this work has another title called The Memoirs of Lucy. Ah, I remember now, Lucy seems to have joined the guild only when the main storyline began. In that case, Aaron, are you ready? Natsu was getting a bit impatient. Yeah, no problem, Natsu. Aaron smiled and said, let's begin. Before the last word had even finished, Aaron's figure had already vanished from where he stood. So fast. Among those present, Makarov, as one of the 10 wizard saints, naturally had extraordinary perception. The little old man narrowed his eyes for a split second, watching this newcomer cross a distance of 2 or 3 meters in an instant, arriving right in front of Natsu. He could feel a slight fluctuation of magic power, which showed that Aaron had used magic, but this kind of short-range, high-speed movement that consumed very little magic was quite troublesome in actual combat. Bang! A fierce straight punch slammed directly onto Natsu's arms. In the nick of time, Natsu relied entirely on instinct to raise his arms and cross them in front of his chest for defense, but even so, he was forced back 2 steps by Aaron's punch. Oh, he blocked it. So fast. I couldn't even see it. Jet, did you see that clearly? Levy, who was watching from the sidelines, nudged her companion with her elbow. However, Jet widened his eyes and shook his head blankly. Not at all. This speed, it's about the same as my Falcon flight, isn't it? Actually, it's not about speed. Bloodhound Step is a skill similar to teleportation, it doesn't have much to do with speed. Rather than extreme speed, it's more like a blink. Aaron flexed his wrist. That hit just now felt like he had really struck dragon skin. The physique of a dragon slayer is truly extraordinary. That's amazing. What kind of magic is that? Natsu's eyes lit up. Bloodhound Step. Aaron smiled and said, I learned it from a senior. To be precise, an enemy. I see, that's really impressive, Aaron. I'm fired up now. Bang! As fist and palm collided, Natsu's body began to radiate high temperatures, and sparks splattered from his hands. Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Come on, Aaron. Fire Dragon's roar. Whoosh. Before he could finish, Aaron had already stepped right in front of Natsu and followed up with an uppercut, forcing Natsu to retreat repeatedly. When fighting an enemy, they aren't going to let you finish saying the name of your move. A sneak attack. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. This time, Natsu had learned his lesson and swung his fist while shouting the name of the move. However, Aaron moved like a shadow, shifting to the outside of his arm, again and again, ensuring Natsu could never catch him. You're too impatient, Natsu. He flicked his wrist, and the finger seal suddenly flashed with golden lightning. The lightning flashed and wailed, transforming into a short spear. Lightning Spear. The low-level Dragon Communion incantation played an extraordinary role at this moment. This strike landed directly on Natsu's arm, causing half of his body to become paralyzed. Golden Lightning. It looks just like Laxus's. Is this also Dragon Slayer magic? It is not. Makarov narrowed his eyes. He knew that this technique must be a specialty from Aaron's hometown. Although it was just a low-power move, the aura it emitted was very unique, with a barbaric feeling to it. Aaron, you actually know this trick. Mirajan blinked. She had chatted quite a bit with Aaron yesterday, but Aaron had said he only understood a little about magic. This didn't look like a little at all. If Aaron had heard Mirajan's inner thoughts, he would definitely cry foul, because at the time, he hadn't shifted his mindset yet. When Mirajan asked him about magic, he subconsciously equated magic with glintstone sorcery. He really didn't know much about glintstone sorcery. Picking up a staff just meant casting a pebble. But if incantations are also categorized as magic. Arg. By now, Natsu and Eren had exchanged over a dozen blows, yet this young dragon slayer still hadn't touched the hem of Eren's clothes. Every time he tried to attack, the other party would use that eerie footwork to circle around to his side. I won't lose. Fire dragons. Natsu's eyes were blazing with fire, his chest and abdomen swelling at this moment. Oh no. Everyone, get out of the way. That's too reckless. In the direction Natsu was facing, the crowd hurriedly cleared a space. The next second. Roar. A unique and intricate magic circle appeared in front of Natsu, and the dragon's raging fire erupted instantly. Well done. This time, Eren didn't dodge at all. Instead, he took a few steps back and used Bloodhound Step to arrive directly in front of Natsu. Just like Natsu, a bewitching and peculiar magic circle flashed in front of Eren as well, and then Dragon Eyes. At this moment, everyone saw a massive, ice-blue phantom of a dragon's head appear, followed by a frost breath that was in no way inferior to the scale of Natsu's roar. A dragon. Makarov widened his eyes. He had guessed what kind of magic Eren practiced, but he never expected that Eren's magic was literally dragon magic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost and fire merged between the two, immediately forming a large amount of steam. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were in a sauna, struggling to breathe. Cough, cough. Natsu. That's too reckless. Happy flapped his wings and flew high into the air, watching the thick fog in front of him gradually dissipate, but the battle was not yet over. Fire Dragon's IR. Natsu swung his fist, flames clinging to his arm, but the next moment. Roar. Dragon Communion Incantation, Grail's Roar. Unlike Natsu's, Fire Dragon's roar, Grail's roar was a roar in the literal sense. It was a power Eren obtained after killing the ancient dragon Grail, using 3 dragon hearts. The dragon's roar was deafening, forcing the many mages present to cover their ears and retreat repeatedly. Makarov also extended his hand, releasing magic to help shield everyone. If this was the effect on the others, Natsu, who bore the brunt of it, had absolutely no power to resist. He took the hit squarely, and for a moment, his mind went blank. Bang! The dragon's head dissipated. Eren raised his arm and used the Dragon Communion incantation, Dragon Claw. A dragon claw nearly 2 meters long appeared. The next moment, it pinned Natsu firmly to the ground. At this moment, the winner was decided. The duel between dragon and dragon ended just like that. In truth, if one were to look solely at the raw stats, Eren's magic power and stamina were likely inferior to Natsu's. Earlier, Eren had consulted with Makarov, and according to the evaluation of this 10 Wizard Saints member, his current total magic power was roughly on par with Kana, and a bit more than Levi and Jet. This was only the case after he had unlocked the 2 Tomo Sharingan last night and replenished his magic power. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be on par with Levi and the others. But then again, this Sharingan came at just the right time, because after this sparring match ended, Eren felt his eyes trending toward evolving into dragon eyes, but this trend was quickly erased by a more unique power of bloodline. Eren guessed that this must be the Uchiha bloodline, or rather, the Indra bloodline, at work. In any case, this was a huge win. After all, compared to turning into a giant lava lizard, catching a case of red-eye disease is still acceptable. However, that said, Natsu's constitution also left Eren quite amazed. Less than 5 minutes after the battle ended, Natsu had already recovered from his previous faint, becoming full of life and energy, and even asked Eren for a rematch next time. You've got plenty of spirit, Natsu. Eren changed into his waiter's uniform and continued to work with a smile. A very unique magic, Eren. Makarov approached with a glass of wine. It could be considered a specialty from my previous world. Actually, I know a few others, for example. Eren blinked, and the next moment, a pair of scarlet eyes with 2 rotating Tomo, the Sharingan, appeared before Makarov. What a peculiar pair of eyes. Is it clairvoyance, or farsightedness? Strictly speaking, it's motion capture. Aaron smiled and withdrew the eyes. Before these eyes, the opponent's movements are slowed down, which helps me respond. It suits your fighting style well. Makarov commented. With the mobility of Bloodhound's step, combined with the Sharingan and Aaron's own superb swordsmanship, when facing an enemy, he could be considered devious to the extreme. Come to think of it, where is Mira? Elfman is nowhere to be seen either. Aaron looked around but did not see the pair of siblings. Mirajan, she. Macau, who was nearby, hesitated to speak, and finally, he sighed and said. You should try to use that dragon claw magic less in front of Mira. It will make her recall some unpleasant things. Unpleasant things. What things? Seeing that Aaron didn't understand, Makarov sighed and explained. That magic of yours is too similar to takeover magic. Takeover magic. Aaron knew about this, it was the signature of the three Mirajan siblings. He remembered that in the original work, it was only after Mira performed the takeover magic for Satan's soul that she possessed immense power in her teens, and it was also because of this that the three siblings were pushed away and forced to leave their hometown. Wait, come to think of it, where is Lizanna? Aaron looked up and scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find the white-haired cat girl at all. In the original work, she had a lot of screen time, and many fans even shipped her with Natsu. Mira and Elfman actually had another younger sister named Lizanna. But she passed away in an accident about a year ago. Aaron tried his best to contain his shock. He just stared blankly as he listened to Makarov finish recounting this terrible past event. Finally, Makarov added. Mira and Elfman are both very good children, so Aaron, don't put too much of a burden on yourself. They just don't really want to recall this past, so, Mirajan Strauss, that demon who shone so brightly in the original work and whose combat power was on par with Titania Urza, now, because her will was shaken, couldn't use takeover magic at all. Where on earth did I end up? Is this the main world of fairy tale? Could this be some branch world? Aaron frowned. He was a bit panicked now, because although he hadn't watched all of Fairy Tail, he had at least watched some clips with his roommate. He knew that, at least during the Tartaros arc, Lizanna was still alive and well, and there were quite a few fan service scenes, as well as scenes with Natsu, otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people shipping them. So, in this timeline, Lizanna had already passed away at a young age. But Lucy hadn't even joined the guild yet. As expected, the world I am in is incredibly real. It cannot be judged solely by plot. Look, just on the second day, an anomaly appeared. Thinking this in his heart, Aaron nodded seriously. I can understand that feeling, Master. In the lands between, when facing the remains of his finger maiden, Aaron's mood was also incredibly heavy. The feeling was like having his heart and lungs gripped by a cold hand, forcing him to squeeze bitter breaths out of his body bit by bit. Since that's the case, I will try to use the Dragon Communion incantation as little as possible in front of Mira and Elfman. Is that magic called Dragon Communion incantation? Makarov nodded. It sounded like a magic related to faith. No, Master, I don't believe in anything. Aaron saw what Makarov was thinking and shook his head, saying, this kind of magic requires sacrificing a dragon's heart to master, and as everyone knows, to get a dragon's heart, one must slay a dragon. Macau picked up the thread, his throat bobbing as he took a sip of his drink. That's truly bloody, Aaron. In a desperate world, one must always look for a way out, right? Aaron shrugged and gave a gentle smile. This smile reflected in the eyes of Makarov, Macau, and a few others, making their hearts tremble. This young man who looked to be only in his 20s, seemed to have quite a history. What had he carried on his own back? Master, what are you all talking about? What desperate world? Mirajan's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, she had once again become the familiar guild poster girl. Her face was still calm and gentle, but there was a slight, imperceptible flush at the corners of her eyes. It's nothing, Mira. Aaron smiled and put down the towel in his hand. Just talking about some things from my past. Master. Mirajan said with dissatisfaction. How could you do that? Even though Aaron. It's okay, Mira. Aaron shook his head and said indifferently. My mission in that world has ended. The current me is just Aaron Ingwell of fairy tale. The tarnished were not alone, but rather followed one after another. Before leaving the lands between, Aaron had already sent General Radon, the Starscourge, to the Shadow Realm to distract the enemy. He figured that Rani would soon be able to bring about the Age of Stars. Compared to the decaying Old Order, the stars were at least a viable way forward. Well, it's great that you can think that way. Mirajan seemed to have sensed something, but she chose silence, only nodding without saying much more. Master. I'm back. The guild doors opened, and a middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth walked into the hall. Looking at the old smoker's getup, Aaron concluded that it was Wakaba. Come to think of it, I remember Wakaba's magic is smoke, very similar to Smoker from One Piece. Master, the things have been packed. Good work. Wakaba took a puff of his cigar and patted Aaron on the shoulder. You must be Aaron. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Hello, Mr. Wakaba. Aaron nodded. Did you just return after finishing a mission, Mr. Wakaba? Isn't this the mission you gave me, kid? Wakaba chuckled and pointed to the fully loaded cargo carriage at the guild entrance. I asked a few old friends to butcher that big trophy of yours, keeping only the useful materials. It's all sorted out now. Ah, thank you very much, Master, Mr. Wakaba. Only then did Aaron remember that the corpse of Flying Dragon Agil hadn't been processed yet. He hadn't expected Makarov and Wakaba to have already solved it for him. It's a small matter. Compared to you who killed it, we only did a trivial amount of work. How do you intend to use those materials? Do you want the guild to clear out a warehouse for you to store them? According to Wakaba, there were quite a lot of useful materials on Flying Dragon Agil. Dragon bones, dragon wings, dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon skin, and other parts were all useful and could be crafted into various items and magical devices. It's just that its flesh and blood aren't very friendly. No matter how we process them, there is some kind of contamination. If buried in the ground, it would cause that land to fall into decay. Aaron nodded. He could roughly guess the reason. Although Flying Dragon Agil lived in the Lake District, in the grand context of the decay of the lands between, its blood was probably like the water of the Ganges. Furthermore, Agil had eaten quite a few people, so even if its flesh was edible, Aaron wouldn't keep it. It's fortunate that it was Flying Dragon Agil. If it had been Exikes, the entire forest would be unusable, and the Magic Council would have to sentence me to life imprisonment at the very least. Such a large dragon, it's hard to imagine its value. Aaron, how do you intend to handle it? Makarov drank the last drop of his wine, only to have his glass snatched away by Mira, who forced him to abstain from drinking. Pouting, Makarov continued. You said before that your magic requires a dragon's heart. Then the other parts can definitely be sold, which would solve your immediate urgent needs. At this moment, Aaron couldn't even be called penniless, he still owed the guild living expenses. Moreover, he didn't even have a place to stay right now. If there were no surprises, he would have to stay in that small dormitory tonight. No, Master. Aaron thought for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile. I don't intend to sell it. Then, you want to. Aaron looked up and scanned the guild companions. Gray and Natsu were arm wrestling, and the Shadow Gear team, composed of Levi, Jet, and Droy, were cheering on the side. Alzak and Biska were sitting side by side, seemingly whispering something. Closer by, Kana and Elfman were drinking, and it was hard to imagine how someone with Kana's physique could keep up with the muscle man Elfman. Spiky-haired Loki was radiating his charm again, though Lackey, who was sitting opposite him, didn't seem very moved. Turning his gaze back to the front, Master Makarov, Wakaba, and Macau were smiling at him. Inside the counter, Mirajan's fair, Delicate hands were easily pinching the edge of a glass, polishing it until it shone. Besides them, there were many others whom Aaron couldn't name yet, but would surely get to know in the future. They were right here in this guild, chatting, laughing, and messing around, spending day after day just like this. I've decided, Master. Aaron smiled and lowered his head, saying sincerely. I'll have all the usable materials from Flying Dragon Agil made into items, and then, give them all to everyone. Gift it to everyone. Including Mirajan, the four people at the counter looked at each other, momentarily stunned. Come to think of it, the materials from that dragon were indeed enough to make a gift for every companion in the guild, but have you thought this through, Aaron? That's no small fortune. If you kept it for yourself, you wouldn't have to worry about money for at least 10 years, Mirajan reminded him. Money can always be earned by working. Even if I were penniless, surely everyone in the guild wouldn't let me sleep on the streets. Aaron shrugged, indicating his high tolerance for error. Besides, if it weren't for everyone in the guild, I'd probably have been snatched away by the beasts in the forest already. Where would I be now? Come to think of it, I still haven't thanked Granny Perliuzica in person. I can't exactly go empty-handed, can I? Aaron, you kid. Makarov narrowed his eyes. Although he had anticipated Aaron's character early on, he had to admit that at this very moment, Aaron truly made him feel that he was worth more than the price. As a mage of fairy tale, is strength the most important thing? No. As a member of fairy tale, the most important thing has never been the level of one's personal strength. What Makarov valued, or rather, what the successive masters of fairy tale valued, was whether a person possessed a heart that cared for their companions. Magic, after all, is the power of the heart. In that case, hey, everyone. Makarov leapt up, standing on the bar counter, and loudly announced Aaron's decision to everyone. Now, let us cheer. Long live Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Ooh. Having decided to make full use of Agil, the next problem Aaron faced was how to turn this pile of materials into finished products. Fortunately, Makarov offered a solution. Magnolia does have many alchemical craftsmen, but they are mostly small-scale operations with average skills, and they couldn't handle such a large order. However, if it were Esraden, that would work. I have acquaintances there, you just need to send the materials over and hand them over to them. Esraden, Aaron had some impression of it. It seemed to be the city where the Blue Pegasus Guild was located. That guild apparently had a warship that could fly in the sky. In that case, the magical device industry there should be quite developed. However, Blue Pegasus. At this thought, Aaron couldn't help but get goosebumps. Blue Pegasus, isn't that Ichia's guild? Ichiya. Unlike fairy tale, the members of Blue Pegasus mainly pride themselves on their good looks, but their master and that Mr. Ichia's appearance were nothing to write home about. Aaron still remembered that one day in college, he watched an episode of the fairy tale anime with his roommate. Yes, it was exactly the episode where Mr. Ichiya developed the Ichiya perfume. That was truly a world-shaking, God-weeping episode. At the time, Aaron felt that Resident Evil was nothing compared to it. After all, no matter how scary Resident Evil was, Leon was still Leon, and Ada Wong was still Ada Wong. But with Mr. Ichiya, the scene was too beautiful, he dared not look, he dared not look. However, that being said, if one excluded these issues of appearance, the members of Blue Pegasus were indeed genuinely good people. Aaron nodded and said, in that case, I will make a trip to Esraden. Could I trouble you, Master, to write a letter of introduction? Of course, no problem. Makarov nodded. Suddenly, the little old man's eyes darted around, and he said to the poster girl behind the counter. Mira, you go with Aaron. Huh. Mirajan was stunned for a moment but shook her head. Master, I still have a lot of work to do. It's fine, Mira. Sometimes you need to balance work and rest. Makarov waved his hand and said. Your work can be temporarily handed over to Lackey and the others. Traveling from Magnolia to Esraden takes about a week round trip, and adding the time to make the items, it will only be half a month. Just treat it as a vacation for yourself, how about that? Mira was still hesitant. In truth, she didn't dislike Aaron, but now, whenever she saw him and thought of the dragon communion incantation he used, which was incredibly close to take over magic, she couldn't help but think of Lizanna. At this moment, Mira still didn't dare to take that step, fearing it would bring unnecessary trouble to Aaron. Aaron is a newcomer, after all, and doesn't understand many things. Someone needs to guide him. Mira, I think you are the best candidate. Makarov coaxed her patiently. He raised his hand and pointed at the people in the hall. Otherwise, who else do you think is qualified? Aaron and Mira looked in the direction of Makarov's hand. All right, Master, I agree. Mirajan nodded and said to Aaron. I'll go back and pack my things. Shall we leave this afternoon? No problem. Aaron nodded and watched her leave. Master, you wouldn't be trying to. Aaron, someone has to help Mira take that step. Makarov said in a deep voice. But Master, I'm actually not very good at persuading others. Aaron had some self-awareness regarding his own linguistic abilities. There's no need to say much, Aaron. I'm not asking you to persuade Mira. It's just that things can't go on like this for her. Makarov stood on the bar, reached out, and barely managed to pat Aaron's shoulder. Just treat it as keeping her company as a friend. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? I understand, Master. Aaron nodded seriously. Hey, that's the spirit. Makarov laughed and added. Go pack your things. Half a month isn't very short, you'll need some luggage and clothes. Your build is a bit slimmer than Laxus's, but fortunately, I still have some of his old clothes, you can just use those for now. Alright, Master. That afternoon, Aaron, having changed into light, casual clothes, sat in the carriage, placing a long cloth bag by his side. He had decided that, unless absolutely necessary, he would not use the dragon communion incantation in front of Mira, so he had to bring the bloodhound's fang along for emergencies. Sorry to keep you waiting, Aaron. Following the voice, Aaron turned his head and saw Mirajan standing behind him, carrying a suitcase. It had to be said, Mirajan's fashion sense was really good. She wore a white shirt on her upper body, paired with a black cropped jacket. On her lower body, she wore jeans with very wide legs, almost like a culotte skirt, paired with dark small leather boots, making her feet look very narrow. Ahem, I haven't been waiting long. Let's get going, Mira. Yeah, let's go. Even though magic is quite prevalent in this world, many, wild characteristics, are still preserved between cities. For instance, right now, Aaron does not even know how many times he has swung his bloodhound's fang to drive away dangerous species attracted by the scent of flying dragon Aguil's corpse. Hard work. The sense of smell of these poison-fanged beasts is very keen, and they are pack animals, so they are very troublesome. Mira opened a drink and handed it to Aaron. Yeah, these guys remind me of some not-so-pleasant memories. Aaron recalled the days of being chased by packs of dogs in the lands between and couldn't help but smile helplessly. At the same time, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in his hand. He drank in a bold manner, so inevitably, a wisp of water flowed from the corner of his mouth, slowly trickling down his chin, his Adam's apple, and finally flowed into his collar along the emblem on his neck. Gulp. Mirajan, who was not drinking water, consciously turned her head away and stopped staring at him. What's wrong, Mira? No, nothing. Mirajan's cheeks flushed slightly. She put away the empty bottle from Aaron's hand and took out a map. To save time, we took a shortcut. The original 3.5-day journey can be reached tomorrow, 1 day faster than planned. That's great. Aaron wiped the bloodhound's fang in his hand and placed it by his side. Yes, after Aaron dealt with the incoming enemies, returned to the carriage, and sat side by side with Mirajan, the two had nothing to say. For 2 days of travel, Aaron and Mirajan had been in a strange atmosphere. Aaron didn't speak first, and Mirajan wouldn't initiate conversation either. The two remained silent like this, traversing more than half the journey. What to do? What to do? It's so awkward. I even promised the guild master that I would take care of Myra's mood as much as possible, make her happy, and help her change her mood. As it stands now, never mind taking care of her, the silence has frozen to the Arctic. This is what Aaron thought, and Mira, on the side, was even more of a heavyweight. What to do? Should I take the initiative to speak and chat with Aaron about something, but how should I start a topic? After all, Mira and Aaron have only known each other for a few days and don't know much about each other. It just so happens that neither of their pasts is pleasant, so they don't even have suitable material to reminisce about the past. Aaron really wanted to share some interesting anecdotes from his time in the lands between with Mira, but whenever he was about to speak, he would always remember. Lizanna passed away a year ago. Her sister just passed away not long ago, and you are here reminiscing about the past. Isn't that rubbing salt into her wounds? And on Myra's side, she was thinking. Aaron has suffered a lot in the past. I must not let him recall too many things from the past. Thus, this pair of young men and women sat side by side in silence, traveling through most of the journey. Like this, after traveling for about another half hour, Aaron rubbed his hair with some irritation. Can't go on like this. Whether it's for Myra's mood or my own mood. Can't keep being cold. As a battle-hardened tarnished, Aaron decided to launch a charge against this extreme cold. Mira, do you want to? Woo! Hoo! A strange, long whistle came from far to near, whistling over. Dodge. At the critical moment, Aaron reached out and pulled Mirajan into his arms, and the two rolled away from the carriage. Whoosh! The storm roared. A sturdy figure streaked across the position where Aaron and Mirajan had just been, stopped after rolling 360 degrees in midair, and stood on the carriage. Who is it? Clatter. Swishing the bloodhound's fang in his hand, a circle of dust was kicked up. Aaron shielded Mirajan behind him, staring fixedly at the invading enemy. This was a sturdy man, with muscles as firm as a bodybuilder in a magazine, and the kind that is prone to bad news. However, considering the existence of magic in this world, let's just assume his muscles didn't use the power of the 9 dragons. Woo! Ha! On the back of this burly man was a rather high-tech flight backpack. He had just relied on this to descend from the sky. And when he turned around, Aaron and Mirajan were surprised to find that this was actually a bird-headed man. Above the neck, this man was covered with thick feathers, and his head was an owl head. What is this thing? A dangerous species. Can dangerous species have jetpacks? What kind of tech tree is this? Did the dangerous species in the wilderness share nuclear fusion technology with you? Ah, Aaron, be careful, he should be. Kid, you're the dangerous species. I am human. The owl man clearly did not approve of the term, dangerous species, but that didn't matter, because Aaron didn't approve of his statement even more. This is a human. JPG. A meme of Choso flashed in Aaron's mind, but he quickly shook his head and suppressed the thought. Because he suddenly remembered who this person was. You are, the Assassin Guild Skull Guild's owl. In this world, there is not only the, relatively, law-abiding mage guild like Fairy Tale, but also, dark guilds, like Oracion Cease and Grimoire Heart. Of course, besides mage guilds, there are other types of guilds, such as the Skull Guild. The Skull Guild, a guild specializing in assassination, has intricate connections with the Balaam Alliance and various guilds and individuals inclined toward evil. This guild has a team called Trinity Raven. This team has 3 people, Akaruga, Vidaldus Taka, and Owl. Among them, Akaruga is a pink-haired woman skilled in sword arts, Vidaldus Taka is a punk rocker, and Owl. Aaron stared intensely at the one in front of him. He is now 100% sure that this owl man is Owl. Just, why is he here? Woohoo! I've been following you all the way, Fairy Tale Mage. Owl spread his arms and struck an exaggerated pose. Now, leave this carriage, and you can leave. Sure enough, he had his eyes on Agil's body. Flying Dragon Agil is going to lose his integrity. You seem to be thinking of something rude. Not at all. Aaron flicked the bloodhound's fang and shouldered it. Does the main force of an assassin guild also do robbery? Don't misunderstand, this doesn't count as part of the commission, it's just a spur of the moment thing. Woohoo! Owl pointed with his hand and said. So, do you want to leave now? If you can survive under the Skull Guild, you will have an excuse to report back. Sorry, Mr. Owl in the strange costume. Aaron took a step forward, shielding Mira with his body. He still remembered what Makarov had told him. Mira currently has almost no combat power. The things on the carriage cannot be given to you, not even a single scale. Good eyes, kid. Not bad eyes, kid. Hey. No need for words. Although in the original work, both Owl and Vidaldus Taka had somewhat comedic elements, he was, after all, an assassin who had killed countless people, one could not take him lightly. So, it begins. Aaron instantly executed Bloodhound Step, his figure turning into a flickering afterimage. He swung the Bloodhound's fang and pressed forward, stirring up a gentle breeze. So fast. For a fleeting moment, Owl almost thought he was dueling against a Karuga, the head of Trinity Raven. Woo! Hoo! With a strange cry, he shot into the sky. Owl spread his arms and dove down like Superman. Swoosh! Aaron's figure flashed, perfectly dodging Owl's surprise attack. The Bloodhound's fang followed the momentum and swung upward, colliding fiercely with Owl's fist, sending sparks flying in midair. As an assassin, Owl's hand-to-hand combat skills were surprisingly good. Woohoo! You kid, you're truly incredible. Is this the strength of the #1 guild in Magnolia, Fairy Tale? I can't fight him in close quarters, I need to play to my strengths. Owl's advantage, naturally, was flight. Whoosh! Relying on the aerial advantage of his jetpack, Owl circled wantonly above Aaron's head, rising and falling, darting left and right. He didn't engage in close quarters combat with Aaron at all, instead occasionally diving for surprise attacks before immediately using the momentum to ascend, controlling the distance perfectly. Do you think I can't hit you? With a flick of his wrist, Aaron grasped the finger seal, and the next moment, a lightning spear shot out. Boom! Owl was struck by the lightning spear, his entire upper body scorched black. Arg! Kid, you're done for. Boys! Everyone come out and help. He had accomplices. Seeing that he might be losing, Owl opened his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The next moment, a dense crowd of underlings from the Assassin Guild burst out from the wilderness grass, surrounding them from all directions with blades in hand. Yes, as an Assassin Guild, the Skull Guild also had the minion unit. Take down that little girl in the carriage first. Owl pointed, simultaneously activating his jetpack, detaching it from his back and sending it flying toward Aaron at an even faster speed. It's coming. That move. Owl's jetpack didn't just contain fuel, it actually housed a pair of mechanical arms. In the original work, it was precisely through a surprise attack with these mechanical arms that Owl brought Natsu into the sky, making Natsu airsick, which gave him the opportunity to eat Natsu and obtain Natsu's flames. Aaron knew what to expect. He executed Bloodhound Step, flickering continuously to dodge the jetpack while moving closer to Mira. Watch out, Aaron. Mira was surrounded by a group of assassins at this moment, but she still called out to warn Aaron. You still have time to worry about others. You underestimate me. Owl leapt into the air and lunged straight at the seemingly powerless Mirajan, intending to seize her as a hostage to force Aaron to submit. Don't even think about it. Aaron flashed several times, arriving first despite starting later. He stood firmly in front of Mirajan, shielding her behind him, and held the Bloodhound's fang horizontally, blocking Owl's fist. You. Aaron's pupils constricted. The tarnished lightless eyes were replaced by a flash of scarlet at this moment, the two-tomo Sharingan manifested. Come on. All of you, attack. The numerous assassins swarmed forward, yet in Aaron's eyes, their speed was like a turtle crawling. Lament your fate for not having the Sharingan. With Myra's position as the center, Aaron became like a rapidly spinning top, carving out one sharp, circular arc after another around her. In this way, he naturally constructed a circular vacuum zone several yards in diameter around them. Any enemy attempting to intrude into this territory was instantly repelled or slain by Aaron. I can't hold them off. Owl widened his eyes. It was his first time seeing someone so ruthless. This swordsmanship was already approaching Ikaruga's. No, even Ikaruga couldn't do this, could she? Retreat. Retreat. Owl recalled his jetpack without hesitation, grabbed it in his hand, and tried to retreat. However, how could Aaron possibly give him the chance? Swoosh. With one slash, he sent the nearby minion flying. Immediately after, he trampled the dust and wind, executing the second phase of the Bloodhound skill. Truly like a hunting hound, he teleported in front of Owl, and the long, curved blade, carrying the momentum of breaking wind, slashed down with precision. Rip. A piercing sound of metal snapping and pipes bursting exploded simultaneously. Owl's jetpack was slashed through by the blade, and the out-of-control airflow gushed out wildly, carrying his body uncontrollably into the sky. Woo! Kid, you'd better remember this. He tumbled chaotically through the sky above the wilderness, flying far away, leaving behind only an exasperated, furious curse. The assassin underlings, having lost their leader, immediately fell into chaos, scattering and fleeing in all directions, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Clang! The battle ended, and Aaron's body relaxed. Only then did he feel the fatigue and pain. He lowered his head to check and discovered a long, narrow wound on his arm. Looking at it, it must have been from some minion who got lucky earlier. Aaron, are you okay? Are you hurt? Murajan ran to Aaron's side, pulled him up, and returned to the carriage. You're hurt. Seeing the wound on Aaron's arm, Murajan felt incredibly sad. She was worried about his pain and also felt a bit of self-reproach. If only I could still use takeover magic, but it's nothing, nothing. Just a small wound. Aaron watched Mira fall into silence, knowing she might have thought of something again, so he had to deflect. In the past, I wouldn't even need to bandage a small wound like this. However, Aaron clearly underestimated how attentive Mira was. He could only let Mira clean his arm and then wrap it with bandages several times over. Forget it, let it be. The appearance of Owl could only be considered an interlude. Aaron and Mira finished their rest quickly and set off again. Perhaps due to the suspension bridge effect, after experiencing danger together, Aaron and Mira talked more, and they found suitable topics, the various countries and guilds on this continent. The country where Fairy Tale is located is called the Kingdom of Fury. The Kingdom of Fury is a neutral country, always upholding the principles of peace, commerce, and openness. Coupled with the simple and honest customs of the people, it is generally a very peaceful country. Aaron's impression of this country was that the green-haired princess was quite pretty. He couldn't say that in front of Mira. Within the Kingdom of Fury, besides Fairy Tale, there were mage guilds like Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale. And outside of these, relatively law-abiding guilds, there were some dark guilds, such as the Balam Alliance. The Balam Alliance consisted of 3 guilds, the Oracion Cease, Grimoire Heart, and Tartaros. Tartaros. Aaron's expression was somewhat stern. He had a deep impression of Tartaros because this guild involved the grand background of the entire fairy tale, which was Zirf. The Black Wizard Zirf, one of the big bosses of Fairy Tale, a figure from hundreds of years ago, whose strength was unfathomable and who was immortal, but he was actually quite a gentle person himself. Furthermore, he had a hidden identity, he was Natsu's brother. Natsu. Aaron pondered the matter of Natsu and Zirf, falling silent for a moment. Aaron. Murajan noticed Aaron's silence. She pondered for a long time before asking in a low voice. Aaron, why didn't you use that Dragon Communion incantation from before? If you had used that move, these assassins wouldn't have been able to hurt you at all. As soon as the words left her lips, Mira understood the reason. It wasn't that Aaron couldn't use it, he didn't want to, or rather, he didn't want to use it in front of her. Because of her. Mira. I've heard about Lizana. Hearing this name, Mira couldn't help but shudder, and the movement of her hands stopped. Aaron drove the carriage with one hand while gently patting Myra's shoulder with the other. After a while, he said, "After this trip, let me go pay a visit, okay?" Okay. Esraden, a city located in the north of the Kingdom of Fiori, is known in the mage circles of Fiori for alchemy, travel, vacations, and more. After traveling for a few days, Aaron and Mira finally arrived on schedule. A week. Fine, no problem. Everything will be arranged by you. Makarov's reputation was quite impactful. Just a letter of introduction was enough to get a fairly large magic item workshop to take on the order, and without any commission fee. HMPH, is that little old man Makarov doing well lately? The owner of this workshop was a rather sturdy old lady wearing a work jacket and jeans. Looking at her, Aaron felt she reminded him of a grandmother figure. She looked quite stylish. The master's health is fine, but he's quite a headache when it comes to giving up alcohol. Mira replied with a polite smile. HMPH, he's always with you young people, so I suppose he won't age too quickly. Hey, kid, how come I haven't seen you before? My name is Aaron Ingwell. Aaron politely extended his hand and said, I'm a mage who just joined the guild recently. Interesting. The old lady's gaze darted between Aaron and Mira twice, finally settling on Aaron's face. If it weren't for Makarov sending you two, I'd even suspect you two were from Blue Pegasus. Was that a compliment? No girl dislikes hearing others praise her appearance, especially when it comes from an older person of the same gender. Mira lowered her head, feeling a bit shy, while Aaron, associating Blue Pegasus with Ichia, subconsciously shuddered. Blue Pegasus, definitely stay away from them. Now Aaron could understand Urza's feelings toward Ichia in the original story. His personality and looks were truly something else. Although I won't charge you a processing fee for this order, you'll need to share some materials with us. You don't have any objections, do you? The old lady said while rubbing her fingers. Clearly, her compliment wasn't free either. Of course. Aaron agreed readily and immediately took out a list. This was the item production list that Aaron and Mira had discussed yesterday. Based on Myra's understanding of everyone in the guild, the items produced had to meet everyone's needs. Make a pair of boots for Jet using dragon skin, and a pen for Levi using dragon bone. Give Natsu a dragon tooth pendant with a rune to alleviate motion sickness, and make a dragon bone fishing rod for Happy. As for Gray, let's make a ring. If we gave him clothes, he wouldn't wear them anyway. Also, make a pair of glasses frames for Lackey, and a pipe for Mr. Wakaba. For Granny Perliuzica, let's make a pair of gloves using the wing membrane of a flying dragon. And Max, Ritas, Gildarts, Mistogan. Taking advantage of the opportunity to place orders for everyone, Aaron took the chance to recognize everyone in the guild. As expected, I don't see Lucy. I wonder when she'll be able to join the guild. I don't see Wendy either. As a rare body-type character, Aaron had a deep impression of Wendy. Laxus and his Thunder God tribe are there, but I don't know when I'll be able to see them. Juvia and the Iron Dragon aren't here either. Aaron didn't feel much about the absence of other supporting characters, but the absence of important characters like the Iron Dragon, Wendy, and Juvia made him feel a bit strange. Sigh. I regret not finishing Fairy Tail completely. But I remember my roommate saying that the main cast of Fairy Tail wasn't complete in the first season. It's a bit like One Piece, where the main characters are added bit by bit. I hope no one goes offline early like Lizanna. Thinking this, Aaron turned his head to look at Mira, who was chatting with the shop owner. Myra's personality seems a bit different from what I remember. In Aaron's impression, Demon Mira should be a white on the outside, black on the inside character, and because of her takeover magic, she also had a crazy side. The current Mira was indeed different from what he had imagined. Sigh, take it slow. God knows why Master Makarov arranged for him to counsel Mira, especially when his dragon communion incantation could easily remind Mira of sad memories. Could the master be trying desensitization therapy? Everything is arranged, Aaron. Let's go. Mira suddenly leaned in front of Aaron, her brown-blue eyes entering his line of sight. What are you thinking about? Ah, nothing. Let's go. The streets of Esraden were very clean and prosperous. After handing over all of the flying dragon Agil to the alchemy workshop, Aaron and Mira finally shed the burden of escorting it all the way and could stroll around the city. They would be staying in this city for the next week. Esraden is quite prosperous. Shedding the dust of the wilderness, Aaron finally had the chance to take a good look at this city. The warm sunlight spilled onto the stone streets, and the workshops along the street drifted with the faint scent of medicine and sweetness, making one feel comfortable and relaxed. With nothing to do, Aaron and Mira naturally slowed their pace and strolled through the city with the flow of people. The two walked side by side without saying much, and for a moment, the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Speaking of which, Aaron, do you lack clothes and daily necessities? Mirajan walked by his side, her gaze falling on Aaron inadvertently, and only then did she realize that Aaron was still wearing Laxus's old clothes. You can't just keep wearing someone else's clothes while wandering around, right? Mira tilted her head, her eyes carrying a faint smile. There's a clothing store right ahead. Shall I accompany you to pick out some everyday clothes? No problem. Aaron shrugged indifferently, completely unaware of what he was about to face. Standing before you now is the Fairy Tale Guild Tavern poster girl, the pin-up model for the Mage Fashion magazine Sorcerer, and a strong contender for the title of Mage You Most Want as a Girlfriend, Mirajan Strauss. Aaron never imagined that buying clothes could be treated as a commission task, especially when the person taking the task was Mirajan. What kind of chemical reaction would this trigger? Walking into the clothing store, Aaron completely became a mannequin for Mirajan's creation. Originally, he just wanted to pick out a few casual clothes, but Mira said, "You're going to be a waiter in the guild for a while, how can you not pay attention to your image? But I wear a uniform when I'm working. Alright, I have no objections." Feeling Mira's kind gaze, Aaron could only raise his hands in a French military salute, putting down the clothes he had picked out, which were evaluated by Mira as dull colors, stiff cuts, no aesthetic appeal, outdated styles, baggy and shapeless. And letting Mira do as she pleased, while persuading her. Mira, do you think there's a possibility that the reason this store has those not so good clothes is just to wait for someone with unique taste like me to buy them? If even someone like me abandons them, how sad they must be. Shut up. Yes. Mira frowned, lamenting that Aaron's taste in clothes was terrible, while picking up clothes from the side to compare. Everyday clothes need to ensure color and style coordination, and clothes for missions need to ensure durability while also paying attention to color and style coordination. Understood, my Miss Mirajan. Be serious. Mira's movements paused suddenly, but she quickly snapped back to reality, folded the clothes in her hand, and placed them in Aaron's hands. Go try them on, from inside to outside, change everything. When Aaron came out after changing, Mirajan, who was waiting there, couldn't help but brighten up. At this moment, Aaron was wearing a pure white shirt on his upper body, with a relatively large and conspicuous collar. A dark tie was tied neatly, hanging straight down, fastened with a crystal-encrusted tie clip. Over the shirt, Mira chose a dark blue trench coat for Aaron. The hem was very long, almost reaching his knees, but it didn't look bloated. The waist tapered in automatically, making Aaron's legs look very long and his figure quite well proportioned. For the pants, Mira specifically chose a style without patterns or accessories. This relatively classic look matched the dark boots well. Is it okay? Expecting Aaron to perceive fashion and aesthetics on his own was impossible, so Mira could only helplessly cover her forehead and commented. It seems a bit awkward. I've got it. Mira stepped forward quickly and came to Aaron's side. The white-haired girl raised her head slightly. She was a bit shorter than Aaron, and her smooth forehead only reached Aaron's lips. Resisting the itch of Myra's bangs brushing against his nose, Aaron raised his hands, letting Myra's eyes scan, finally landing on his neck. The tie that had been tied perfectly straight by Aaron was untied and tossed aside. At the same time, those slender, delicate hands reached his collar. The slightly cool touch made Aaron stiffen, but this feeling came and went quickly. In just a few seconds, his collar was unbuttoned by one button, revealing the skin on his throat and a corner of his fairy tale emblem. Mira stepped back a few steps and said with a smile. Like this, it's perfect. Aaron's everyday demeanor isn't flashy, so you can't touch those fancy patterns and styles, but you can't be too stiff and rigid either. You like this? The rambling Mira suddenly paused, as if at this very moment, the girl realized what she had just done. She had just unbuttoned a boy's collar. Aaron saw that the fair face of the girl in front of him turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if steam was coming out of her head. Ah, Mira, speaking of which, do you have any clothes you need to buy? It's a rare opportunity, why don't we buy them together? Before Mira exploded, Aaron thought of a quick solution to smooth things over. Okay, let's pick some then. Mira clutched the clothes in her arms and nodded. After that, Aaron experienced the feeling of life being worse than death. Perhaps to ease the atmosphere, or perhaps to take revenge on Aaron for making her lose her composure. In any case, it was the first time Aaron saw Mirajan at full power. Starting from noon, Mira kept going back and forth between the fitting room and the shopping area. If one store didn't work, she would change to another. This process made Aaron feel exhausted even just following behind, and it was even a repetitive, multitasking job. If it were just auto-follow, that would be fine, but the problem was that Mira forcefully required Aaron to give specific evaluations for every outfit she tried on, and he had to state the pros and cons, personal feelings, and suggestions for improvement. Her questioning style reminded Aaron of his mentor during group meetings back in college. Where is the focus of this plan designed? What is the underlying logic? How is it different from the mainstream? What matches the current, hot, trends? Where are the highlights? Where are the advantages? Where is it advanced? Unfortunately, Aaron didn't know much about fashion. He used to only care about being clean, tidy, comfortable, and durable. Later, when he went to the lands between, he wore whatever he could, even wearing armor more than regular clothes. How could he understand these questions from Mirajan? Looks like this one doesn't work, let's change to another one. Feeling Aaron's eyes gradually lose their luster, Mira pouted with a bit of reproach, but she could also understand Aaron's mood. After all, there are big differences between people. Well, let's stop here for today. As soon as these words were spoken, Aaron felt like he heard heavenly music. Finally liberated, Aaron stood up hurriedly and took out the card he had on him. Inside was his pre-drawn living expenses. I'll pay the bill. Although Mira had been trying on clothes for a long time, overall, he had bought more, and besides, these were advised by Mira, so how could he be embarrassed to let her pay the bill? Anyway, it's all paid for by the guild, it's not like I'm paying for it myself, and besides, I can get reimbursed by the master in the end. What? You say what if it can't be reimbursed? I, Aaron, have been running around for the guild, slaying the flying dragon Agil, and selflessly distributing gifts to everyone. Is it too much to call that hard work and contribution? I've shed blood and sweat for everyone in the guild, can't the guild reimburse me for buying a few clothes? Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? I want to report this to the council. I want to see the first master, Mavis. Aaron, who felt his future was limitless, couldn't help but chuckle, his expression appearing a bit broken, so much so that the shopkeeper was a bit surprised when checking out. He didn't dare to ask, fearing he might be dealing with a special person. Taking advantage of the moment Aaron was checking out, Mirajan walked out of the shop and waited on the street. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Mira crossed her hands upwards and did a stretch. Girls aren't made of iron when shopping. Even someone with a dual constitution like Aaron, a tarnished and a ninja, would feel tired. How could Mira not feel tired? It was just because what she was doing was something she was interested in, so she was more focused. However, you performed quite well, Aaron. Aaron is a slow boy who doesn't understand fashion, doesn't understand style, and doesn't even really understand girls' thoughts. This conclusion was one Mira had reached long ago. During their few days of travel, Mira had long discovered that compared to these everyday elements, Aaron was clearly very interested in topics like combat, power, magic, and technology. In the fields where Mirajan excelled, Aaron actually didn't understand much. It could even be said he was completely clueless. But, he was very good at listening. A person who is good at listening to others will make people feel a sense of closeness, not to mention that he is also an, at a glance, handsome guy. It was precisely because of this that Mira often couldn't grasp the sense of distance in her interactions with Aaron, doing things she would never do to anyone else. Aaron is really a charming person, but Mirajan used to not be a very delicate person. Strictly speaking, her personality used to be closer to the mainstream of the guild. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the female version of Natsu, often engaging in verbal or even physical sparring with Urza. It was only after Lizana passed away that Mirajan's personality changed, becoming more sensitive, more delicate, and more prone to overthinking. In the past, she would never have been able to do the job of a guild poster girl well. And because of this, Myra's mood at this moment was so complicated. She wasn't slow, she could feel that her feelings for Aaron were different from her feelings for other companions in the guild, but she didn't want to, or rather, she didn't dare to face these feelings directly. On one hand, she didn't know what Aaron was thinking. On the other hand, she felt she didn't have the qualification to obtain this happiness. She was just someone who hadn't protected her younger sister well. Your girlfriend cares about you very much, Mr. Ingwell. The shop assistant at the clothing store handed Aaron a registered membership card, which was a benefit the store gave to customers who bought a large amount of clothes at once. I know. Aaron took the card and showed a smile that was somewhat satisfied and somewhat helpless. Unfortunately, I still don't know how to untie the knot in her heart. Mirajan. What are you doing here? While Aaron was paying the bill, Mirajan suddenly heard someone call out her name. Jenny. Mr. Hibiki. What a coincidence. Walking toward her was an exceptionally good-looking man and woman. The girl had long, slightly curly blonde hair, wore a purple bodycon dress, had exquisite makeup, and exuded a noble aura. The man was also blonde, though with short, spiky hair, wearing a somewhat flamboyant pink shirt paired with a black vest that had pure white wings painted on it. Jenny Relight. Hibiki Lates. They both belong to the Mage Guild, Blue Pegasus. It's not really a coincidence, Miss Mirajan. Hibiki adjusted his collar and struck a slightly exaggerated pose. This is Blue Pegasus's home turf, after all. Seeing you here is the real coincidence. So, Mirajan, have you finally decided to join Blue Pegasus? I've always said a mage with your temperament is much better suited for our Blue Pegasus. Not at all, Mr. Hibiki. Mira flatly held out her hands in a gesture of refusal. I'm only here to do a mission. I'll be heading back soon. Ah, that really is such a shame. Hibiki gripped his collar, making a heartbroken gesture like a stage actor. Notably, while he was doing this, the surrounding passersby didn't show even a hint of surprise. Ah, they're from Blue Pegasus. I see, I see. They were all used to it. So, Mirajan, what kind of mission are you here for? Do you mind sharing? Jenny flipped her blonde hair and spoke somewhat playfully. Looking at your clothes, so you've finally decided to focus your career on Sorker. Mira, what are you guys talking about? Before Jenny could finish, she was interrupted. The door of the clothing store opened, and Aaron squeezed out carrying bags of all sizes, coming to Myra's side. Ah! Hibiki reacted even more strongly than Jenny. This passionate Handsome guy practically teleported in front of Aaron and handed him his business card. Young man, I think you have an incredible aura. Any interest in joining our Blue Pegasus? Blue Pegasus. Blue Pegasus. Almost instantly, Aaron's face turned from normal to deathly pale. His dull, lifeless pupils shook violently, even showing signs of turning blood red. Ah, Ron. Mirajan stood right next to Aaron. This was the first time she had ever seen his face so pale, as if the apocalypse was staring him right in the eye. No thank you, goodbye, see you next time. Aaron scrambled backward in a panic, trying to make an emergency escape like a mouse seeing a cat, but Mirajan grabbed the back of his neck, forcing him to stop. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hibiki. Aaron is just a bit shy. Oh, Jenny, Mr. Hibiki, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Aaron Ingwell, a newcomer to our guild. By now, Aaron had calmed down. He wiped the cold sweat from his face, nodded to the two in front of him, and apologized for his rudeness. Mirajan nodded in satisfaction and said to Aaron, Aaron, this is Mr. Hibiki, a very popular mage in Blue Pegasus. And this is Jenny, who is also very famous. To clarify, very, very, very famous. Hearing Mira introduce her so nonchalantly, Jenny's competitive streak flared up. She took a step forward and flipped her hair. Jenny realized, perhaps you've heard of my name. Ah. Actually, he hadn't at all. But seeing her competitive drive at this moment, Aaron realized something. Her relationship with Mira definitely wasn't great. At the very least, they had to be rivals. Therefore, Aaron's attitude toward Jenny shifted from casual to distant. There was nothing he could do about it, he just didn't like this kind of personality. Maybe he was an introvert at heart. Besides, Aaron wasn't particularly fond of blonde girls. Of course, that didn't mean he disliked Lucy, who hadn't joined yet but would in all likelihood join Fairy Tail in the future. For Aaron, there was a difference between Lucy's hair happens to be blonde, and Jenny, the blonde girl. After chatting with Jenny and Hibiki for a bit, Aaron and Mira packed up their things and prepared to look for a suitable inn. Today, Mira had indeed gone all out, shopping from noon until dusk. Aaron. What do you think of Jenny? For a split second, Aaron thought he had misheard. Why would Mirajan suddenly ask a question like that? What do you think of Jenny? What kind of question was that? Aaron turned his head imperceptibly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Myra's expression was still calm and her movements casual, as if she were just talking about something trivial like, what are we having for breakfast tomorrow? But Aaron's combat instinct, honed from years of struggling in the lands between, told him, this was by no means a simple question. Why bring her up all of a sudden? Aaron decided to play dumb to buy some time. Because she really has a strong presence, doesn't she? Up until the last issue of Sorcerer magazine, she was still voted the mage, most wanted as a girlfriend. Most wanted as a girlfriend. Why did that sound like the school beauty trope from those old school power fantasy novels? Who came up with that title? How bored must they be? Aaron frowned and asked. So, she's actually a model. I am too, you know. Mira winked playfully and said. If you've read Sorcerer, that is. Oh, I see. So that's why Jenny had that attitude toward Mira. Was she afraid a rising star would affect her dominance on the charts? What are you laughing at? Mira looked at Aaron in confusion. Seeing that he looked completely amused, she asked. Aaron, you still haven't answered my question from earlier. It's nothing. I just think. Aaron shrugged and leaned close to Myra's ear. She seems like a little girl who had her candy stolen. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Exactly, I thought so too. Putting this little interlude behind them, Aaron and Mira walked up to a dessert shop. Mira, we haven't eaten anything since noon. Aaron pointed at the shop in front of them. Want to grab a bite? Sure, might treat this time. Stepping inside, a warm light enveloped the exquisite tables and chairs, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of cream and fruit syrup. This, and this. Mira ordered 2 items, and then said. Actually, no. Bring one of everything else. Huh. Aaron watched in dumbfounded silence as Mira ordered a whole table's worth in one go. Strawberry millefeuille, creme caramel, mousse cake, crepes, and other desserts filled the entire table. Mira, you ordered so much. Can you even finish it all? It's fine. Mira looked at Aaron playfully. Don't I have you? At this moment, Mira seemed to have reverted to the mischievous, demon, girl of Aaron's memory, indulging in her little playful streak. She only took a tiny taste of each dessert, either a small lick of cream or a tiny bite of a cake's edge, before gently pushing it in front of Aaron, a sly smile in her eyes. I can't eat any more. Don't let it go to waste, it's all yours. Who are you? Are you still Mira? You weren't like this before. Aaron looked at the mountain of desserts in front of him and shook his head helplessly, though he didn't really mind it. As someone who had maintained high-intensity combat for a long time, Aaron was well accustomed to starving and then eating massive amounts in one go. After all, edible things in the lands between were scarce. Even if he was lucky enough to get some food, he had to carefully preserve it, terrified it would spoil or become contaminated. Now, he could sit peacefully in a shop, eating desserts that had clearly been made with a lot of effort. This was something he wouldn't have even dared to dream of in the past. And Aaron looked at Mira. Her expression was still gentle, but there seemed to be a different kind of emotion in her eyes. Picking up the utensils, Aaron began to clear the plates for her, bite by bite. The long-lost sweet taste dissolved on his tongue, quite different from the porridge he had eaten a few days ago. Back then, his severe injuries hadn't fully healed, and he couldn't taste much. At this very moment, he was truly tasting sweetness. This one isn't too sweet. After giving a pudding the highest rating, Aaron split it in two and pushed the untouched half back to Mira. Thank you. Mira gladly accepted. Outside the window was Esraden's scattered architecture and the passing crowd. Inside, the sweet aroma lingered. The two sat quietly like this, occasionally chatting about trivial things, putting their heavy thoughts behind them. Only this lazy and warm atmosphere flowed gently between them. Aaron. What is it? Thanks for your hard work. Aaron and Mira's lazy, gentle journey drew to a brief and swift close. On their 6th evening in Esraden, Aaron received word from the alchemy workshop that the gifts for everyone in the guild were complete. They could go home. Going home, huh? Clasping his hands behind his head, Aaron stretched and looked at the buildings lining both sides of the street. It was already close to autumn. The trees on both sides of the road had begun to turn yellow, with occasional leaves drifting down. This scene reminded him of the Altus Plateau in the lands between. Although he hadn't made it to the Altus Plateau before Agil's dragon breath blasted him here, Sir Gideon Ofnir had told him that the Altus Plateau was a place covered in gold. In the heyday of the Golden Order, it was a place of breathtaking beauty. Phew. Now that I think about it, Agil was really my benefactor. What are you talking about? Mira smoothed the hem of her dress and took off a wide-brimmed sun hat. Today, she wore a light-colored sleeveless maxi dress, making her look quite gentle and quiet. Nothing, Mira. Aaron shook his head and said. Since we're heading back, do you want to buy some souvenirs? Don't we already have a whole wagon load? Mira said with a smile. That's different. The items made from Agil were gifts for everyone, but souvenirs were for themselves. Well then, let's go shopping one last time tonight. Even though they had already explored all of Esraden over the past 6 days, that didn't matter. The two walked along, passing shops both familiar and unfamiliar, until they finally stopped in front of a jewelry store. A dazzling array of silver and crystal ornaments filled the display window, glittering brilliantly through the glass under the warm lights. Shall we go in and take a look? The two stepped inside, and Mirajan's gaze instantly locked onto an engraved silver bracelet in the glass display case. The patterns on this bracelet were vintage and elegant, carved with delicate vines and openwork designs. Its warm luster made it look exceptionally graceful. On the inside of the band, runes for cleaning magic were inscribed, Injecting magic power into it would cast a cleaning spell to remove dust from clothes and jewelry. Mira stopped in front of the bracelet and stared at it for a long time, her fingertips gently tracing the band through the glass as if she were already wearing it. But in the end, she quietly withdrew her hand, said nothing, and silently returned to Aaron's side. There's nothing I want. Shall we go? All right. After loading a whole carriage with the Wyvern series items and bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Aaron and Mira set off on their journey home. This time they didn't take any shortcuts. With the memory of their chance encounter with Owl on the trail still fresh in their minds, and because they were in no hurry, they drove the carriage straight onto the main road and traveled at a steady pace. Mira. Yes. Aaron smiled and took a delicate velvet box from his pocket. For you, as a souvenir. Ah. Mira opened the box. It was the very silver bracelet she had stared at for so long but hadn't bought. When did you buy this? Last night, right before closing. Actually, when Aaron went, the shop was already closed, but he knocked persistently anyway, asking them to sell him the bracelet. Honestly, this bracelet is heavily overpriced, it's not worth nearly that much. I didn't plan on buying it at all. Mira gave Aaron a playful, reproachful punch. Where did you get that much money? You still owe the guild. Money is easy to deal with. I can earn it back by doing a few quests. Aaron shrugged, acting nonchalant. Come on, you're a newcomer after all. You can't take on high-level quests, and you don't have a reputation yet, so there won't be any requests specifically for you. Do you really think the guild just lets you run up a tab indefinitely? The Fairy Tale Guild was large and had plenty of funds, but for certain well-known reasons, the guild's finances were always tight. Aaron owed the guild money, and if he couldn't pay it back soon, nothing bad would happen, he would just owe the guild master a favor. But was a debt of gratitude not still a debt? It's fine. Aaron shook his head again, telling Mira not to worry. I can pay the guild master back slowly. Worst case, I'll just take on a few extra jobs. If we missed this bracelet, we might never be able to buy it again. But, no buts, Mira. Aaron interrupted Mira, his eyes suddenly becoming incredibly earnest. Accept it, Mira. It would be very happy to rest on your wrist. Then, thank you. A few days later. Bang. The guild doors were flung wide open. Everyone. We're back. Aaron spread his arms, embracing the guild's air before anyone else, and announced loudly. He could now understand why the guild doors were always flung open, because doing so felt incredibly satisfying. It felt as though all the fatigue of the journey vanished into thin air the moment he did it. Aaron is back. Welcome home. Everyone responded loudly. Scanning the guild, Aaron saw that almost everyone was there. He and Mira quickly walked up to the bar and said in unison. All right, when I call your name, come over to collect your Wyvern souvenir. Oh. This is it. I've been looking forward to this. Everyone rejoices. JPG. Ah. Behind the bar, Levy and Lackey, who had been working overtime for the past half-month, slumped over the counter as if they had completely burned out. You're finally back, Mira. My, am I really that important? Mira covered her mouth with a mischievous smile, then pulled two beautifully wrapped small boxes from her bag and handed them to Lackey and Levy. These are for you. They're made of dragon bone. Long live Mira. After that, Aaron and Mira distributed the items to everyone one by one. Natsu. Happy. Oh, finally my turn. The boy and cat rushed to the bar like a whirlwind, staring expectantly at Aaron's now somewhat deflated bag. For Happy, a fishing rod made of dragon bone. It's very sturdy. Handing a small fishing rod to Happy, the cat immediately flew into the air in delight, weaving back and forth between the chandeliers, much to the alarm of Makarov, who was smoking his pipe nearby. As for Natsu, here, a pendant amulet made of dragon fangs. As the pendant landed in Natsu's hand, Aaron explained. This pendant is inscribed with a spell, it can alleviate motion sickness. Oh, that's a huge help, Aaron. Full of joy, Natsu unwrapped his scarf, hung the pendant around his neck, and covered it back up with the scarf. This is exactly what I needed. Thank you so much, Aaron. However, just as everyone was happily enjoying their souvenirs, a discordant voice suddenly rang out from the second floor. Hey, how laughable, Natsu. A tall, blond man suddenly rested his arms on the second floor railing, looking down as he spoke. Like I said, you're still too weak if you have to rely on that kind of amulet. Following the voice, Aaron looked up and saw an arrogant-looking blonde leaning against the railing, his tone incredibly irritating. This guy seems to be Laxus. Natsu roared, flinging the end of his scarf behind his back. Who are you calling weak? Ah, Laxus. I'm going to duel you. As he spoke, he took a step forward, about to charge up to the second floor, but bang! The instant Natsu's right foot stepped onto the stairs, Makarov's left hand shot out. Using his giant magic, his massive fist pinned Natsu firmly to the ground, preventing him from getting up. So fast. Aaron thought to himself. The guild master's magic has absolutely no startup lag. You are not allowed up there, Natsu. Makarov took a deep drag from his pipe. You aren't qualified to go to the second floor yet. Ha ha ha, you got scolded, Natsu. Have you learned your lesson yet? You aren't qualified. Laxus laughed out loud, extremely arrogant. Aaron stared at the man showing off on the second floor, momentarily speechless. Who is this guy? Laxus. Is he the Laxus I'm thinking of? Wait, is Laxus's personality really like this? In Aaron's memory, Laxus was supposed to be a loyal, tough guy character with a soft heart and a strong sense of responsibility. He had many highlight moments in the original story, and his strength was incredibly formidable. It was said that his base power in the later stages had even surpassed the four gods of Ishgar. But what was up with this Laxus standing on the second floor? His mouth was practically dripping poison. Was this really the same Laxus? What happened to being loyal and righteous? Why did he act like a villain? With doubts about Laxus in his mind, Aaron whispered to the girl beside him. Speaking of which, Mira, has Laxus always had this kind of personality? Yes, Laxus has always been like this. Mira replied in a low voice. But Laxus is just antisocial, he doesn't mean any harm. No harm. Aaron nodded and asked again. Just now, the guild master said Natsu can't go to the second floor. Why? Is the second floor some kind of restricted area? Yes. Mira nodded and explained the guild rules to Aaron. On the second floor bulletin board of the Fairy Tale Guild, S-class request slips were posted. These were all, one slip up and you die, missions that only S-class mages could take. Because of this, there was a rule in the guild that non-S-class mages were not allowed on the second floor. I see. If you're not strong enough, you can't even go to the second floor. Aaron nodded, taking a dragon fang amulet from his pocket. Laxus. The blond man raised an eyebrow and looked down at the young man in the dark trench coat. You're the newcomer who killed the wyvern, Aaron, right? I heard you beat Natsu right after joining. Seems you're pretty strong. Much stronger than a weakling like Natsu. Laxus. Who are you calling weak? Fire spewed from Natsu's mouth, but he remained pinned to the ground by Makarov, unable to budge. Don't belittle your guildmates, Laxus. Aaron spoke calmly, showing the dragon fang amulet in his hand to Laxus. There's a souvenir for you too this time, Laxus. This is an amulet that can store magic power. As long as you wear it, it will automatically store your leaking magic power, so that even if you run low on magic, you can still cast spells with it. Huh, Laxus said dismissively. Running low on magic. Do you think I would ever find myself in that situation? That's hard to say. I have no use for an item that is clearly meant for the weak. Keep it, or give it to whoever. Laxus waved his hand, looking quite contemptuous. That won't do. I can't take back something I've already decided to give you. So. Aaron took a step forward, his eyes burning as he looked up at Laxus on the second floor. Please accept it, Mr. Laxus. You. Laxus stared into Aaron's eyes. Those eyes held not a single shred of light, like deep, dark pools that completely failed to reflect his image. Tap, tap, tap. Aaron's boots tapped rhythmically against the guild's wooden floor. Finally, he came to a stop at the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor, right next to Natsu. He slowly raised the pendant in his hand, facing Laxus. Come and get your souvenir, Laxus. You brat. Laxus now understood Aaron's meaning. Aaron was not an S-class mage, so he was not qualified to go up to the second floor. Since Aaron couldn't go up, it meant that if Laxus wanted the amulet in Aaron's hand, he would have to come down. Come down from the second floor and face Aaron. Aaron. Mira hesitated to speak, but Aaron waved his hand. Laxus, I can't go up. So, could you please come down? You brat. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, thunderous footsteps rapidly approached. In less than 2 seconds, Laxus was standing right in front of Aaron. He was so tall that Aaron had to tilt his head up slightly to meet his gaze. Aaron Ingwell, are you trying to challenge me? I have no intention of making an enemy of you, Laxus. Aaron raised his head calmly. At this moment, however, his Crimson Two-Tomo Sharingan began to spin. At the same time, his aura grew savage and bloody, like a sleeping dragon about to awaken. I just wanted to give you a gift, nothing more. At this moment, the entire guild fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. The aura radiating from both men steadily rose, seemingly on the verge of reaching a boiling point. Tick, tock. The ticking of the clock struck against everyone's hearts, beat by beat. Finally. TCH. Snatching the amulet from Aaron's hand, Laxus tied it to his wrist, turned around, and slowly walked back up to the second floor. I'll take this, then. I'll consider it your greeting gift to me. Phew. Seeing Laxus accept the gift, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense atmosphere in the guild began to ease. Honestly, Aaron, that was too reckless. Mira pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to Aaron. Laxus is extremely strong. It's fine. Didn't it get resolved perfectly? Aaron comforted her with a smile, using the handkerchief to wipe away the slight sweat from gripping the amulet so tightly. Now I can be sure of one thing. Sure of what? Laxus is still Laxus. After handing the amulet to Laxus, the atmosphere in the guild became cheerful once again. Looking at everything before him, Aaron felt deeply that his efforts had not been in vain. Our little Aaron is actually quite handsome. Kana carried a bottle of strong liquor, nudged her way next to Aaron, and poked his chest with her elbow. Interested in being my partner? We can go on missions together in the future. Kana. Mirajan put down her coffee cup, narrowed her eyes, and let out a somewhat dangerous smile. Aren't you already teamed up with Loki? Huh. Kana raised an eyebrow and said. Teaming up isn't completely permanent. Can't I switch it up? Although Kana had always presented herself as carefree and boisterous, it didn't mean she was clueless. Right now, as a woman, she felt her intuition screaming at her. Looking at Mira in front of her, Kana suddenly cast a mischievous glance at Aaron, who was spacing out nearby. Hey, Mira, me asking Aaron to be my partner doesn't have anything to do with you, does it? Why was Mira's reaction so strong? Could it be? Just then, Happy, who was eavesdropping nearby, perked up his ears, covered his mouth, and muttered in a low voice. PFF'd. They're a thing. At this moment, Aaron did not hear the noise from the outside world. He was currently immersed in his room. Just now, he felt that his cheat had accumulated enough energy for one full lacrima. A bit slower than I expected. Actually, more than 10 days ago during his fight against Fukuro, Aaron's magic power to light up the surroundings was already close to saving up enough for a draw. However, Fukuro saw things going south and retreated immediately, leaving him just one step short. Just now, during his confrontation with Laxus, this lacrima was finally fully charged. In principle, as long as this magic power is not divided, it will always remain as one unit. Looking at the glowing hexahedron floating in front of him, Aaron nodded. He had now figured out some of the mechanics. First of all, it wasn't just combat that could accumulate the magic power to light up the surroundings, simple contact worked too. Just now, Laxus's entire body was boiling with magic power, with lightning uncontrollably leaking out from time to time, which happened to benefit Aaron. So, whether there is a fight or not isn't important, what matters is the opponent's level. The stronger the individual Aaron came into contact with, the faster he could accumulate lacrima. In theory, if he went to stay by Acnologia's side for a while, he would become invincible. Unfortunately, he couldn't go, for fear of being eaten as a snack. Furthermore, once Aaron accumulated a unit of lacrima, if he didn't divide it, the lacrima would continue to grow, becoming more solid and bright. At the same time, the more power it could unlock from a single merchandise. Taking Aaron's previous Uchiha self-insert design as an example, if he had possessed a lacrima 10 or even dozens of times larger back then, what he obtained would definitely not have been just the two-tomo Sharingan, but the Mangekyo, or even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. One lacrima can only be used on one piece of merchandise, and the unlocked power depends on the size of the lacrima. The larger the lacrima, the more power obtained. Fortunately, I can continue to invest lacrima into already unlocked merchandise, otherwise I'd lose out big time. At this moment, Aaron felt like he was playing a business simulation game. He needed to carefully budget his limited resources to make them work to their best effect. Well, anyway, let's do a draw first. At the current stage, Aaron still decided to draw whenever he could. After all, many abilities could be trained, like the Sharingan. If he could rely on himself to train the two-tomo Sharingan into a Mangekyo, wouldn't he save a fortune? I wonder what ability it will be this time. Aaron watched as the glowing hexahedron slowly descended, spun around the room, and finally landed on a figure. This was a young man with black hair and black eyes. He wore a fluffy white hat with black spots, a black overcoat that went past his knees, and a nodashi almost as long as his height was rested on his shoulder. Its handguard was also fluffy. Ah, so it's you. This time, what Aaron obtained was the power of the Oppo no Mi, and a demonic sword named Kikoku. Happy. Kana. Myra's face turned slightly red as she shouted the names of the person and the cat. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Kana waved her hands repeatedly, then pulled Happy into her arms. Happy, don't say it either. I. Say what? Did I miss something just now? Only now did Aaron snap out of it, his eyes gradually focusing. Almost at the same time, Makarov, Murajan, Kana, Natsu, and a few others standing near the bar felt it. In an instant, the magic power of this newcomer surged by a massive amount once again. So strong. Aaron. Let's fight again. Natsu, after all, was simple-minded and didn't realize at all what Aaron's sudden surge in strength implied. Is this your unique ability, Aaron? Makarov narrowed his eyes. This was also the first time he had witnessed such a thing. Doing absolutely nothing, just standing there spacing out for a moment, and obtaining power. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Are there any side effects, Aaron? Makarov asked with concern. Having lived for nearly 90 years, he had seen too many mages who ran fast but couldn't go far. Most of those people gained strength rapidly, but at a great cost, such as their lifespan, their souls, or even requiring them to absorb pain itself. Aaron was brought in by him, and facts had proven that he wasn't wrong about this kid who could defeat a flying dragon. Now, Makarov only hoped that Aaron could live carefree like the other kids in the guild, finding his own happiness through one adventure after another. At least before his life reached its end, Makarov did not want any of the children to fall behind along the way. Aaron. Mira subconsciously reached out and held Aaron's hand. It's fine, Mira, master. Aaron smiled, feeling their concern. This is indeed my ability. Well, if I have to define it, I think it can be classified as a type of memory magic. Memory magic. Makarov seemed to understand something. Through fighting and adventuring, I can come into contact with other mages and magic, absorb the leaking magic power, and then search my memory to find powers I've seen in the past. Aaron opened his hand, as if holding up a bowl. Room. In the next instant, a transparent dome appeared in Aaron's hand, but only for a brief moment before disappearing again without expanding. Spatial magic. With Makarov's keen eyesight, he pointed out the essence of this ability right away. Is it a power that matches your footwork and eyes? It's not just that. Aaron shook his head and told the others present about the principles and weaknesses of the Op no Mi. There was nothing he couldn't say, because he wouldn't only have this one ability forever. Covering his shortcomings was only a matter of time. At the same time, he was also sure that the people present would never do anything to harm him. Moreover, Aaron himself was not skilled in medicine. By speaking of his ability, he could also let the experienced master of fairy tale and the former S-class mage Murajan advise him on how to use the Op no Mi more efficiently. What a scary ability. Natsu, who often got injured due to his adventures, had a huge psychological shadow when it came to doctors. After all, at the mention of a doctor, he would think of Granny Perliuzica, whose treatment style was always highly efficient yet severe. Natsu had a natural fear of her. As for Happy, he equated Aaron with those psychopathic killer doctors from the movies. Natsu and Happy clung to each other, shivering in fear. This power is indeed extraordinary. Makarov nodded calmly, and at the same time, warned. Aaron, you must be cautious. It's best not to let anyone else besides us know about your ability, not only the current power of this Op no Mi, but also the power it might bring you in the future. According to Aaron, this ability, which was similar to spatial magic, could directly excise diseases from the human body, making its medical value extremely high. Furthermore, after awakening, it might even be possible to perform the perpetual youth surgery. Although Aaron also said that the perpetual youth surgery only existed in speculation and whether it could actually be achieved was completely uncertain, Makarov still warned Aaron with a serious face upon hearing this. At the same time, his solemn eyes swept over everyone else. Mira, Kana, Natsu, Happy. I want you to keep this information to yourselves. Guard this secret as if your lives depended on it, and never let anyone else know about it. Master, is that really necessary? Aaron frowned, feeling that Makarov was making a mountain out of a molehill. In the original One Piece story, Trafalgar Law's ability was no secret at all. He had been one of the 7 warlords of the sea for nearly 2 years, and no one had caused him trouble over it. Was this really necessary? Aaron, you're too dense. Myra's brownish-blue eyes widened. In her urgency, she couldn't help but reach out and pinch Aaron's lower back hard, almost making him cry out in pain. Aaron, you still don't understand the value of your ability. Makarov sighed and said, I remember you said before that in the world you came from, there were many immortal individuals, right? But in our world, immortality is extremely rare. In this world, many mages spend their entire lives pursuing the so-called abyss of magic, and on this path, only the black wizard Zirf has gone the furthest. Even the black dragon Aknologia doesn't count, because he is merely invincible in strength and has not grasped the profound mysteries of magic. Why is this path so hard to walk? Ultimately, it's because there isn't enough time. Makarov sighed. As an old man nearly 90 years of age, he knew the power of time all too well. Because our lifespan is limited, it is difficult to reach the other shore. But what if one becomes immortal? Makarov didn't even dare to think about it. If the details of Aaron's ability were leaked, how many dark guilds and evil mages would be willing to take risks? Not to mention the Balam Alliance, even those normal guilds would inevitably harbor ill intentions. Aaron, you said just now that this is only a concept. Even so, you cannot be careless. Whether you develop it in the future or not, you must never let anyone else know. The same goes for the rest of you. Yes, Master, we understand. Mira, the other two, and the cat nodded repeatedly. Squeak. The guild's front door was suddenly pushed open, and several people dressed in white robes walked in. Leading them was a long-haired man wearing glasses. This man had deep, profound eyes and acted strictly by the book, as if everything ran according to a set program. Good morning, everyone of Fairy Tale. I am Lahar, representative of the Magic Council. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Fairy Tale, The Wonderful Journey of the World Walker. Part 2. The Magic Council. In just an instant, everyone inside Fairy Tale shuddered as if they were mice seeing a cat. Those in the middle of brawling stopped, those drinking stopped, and one by one, they froze in place, as quiet as cicadas in winter, looking like criminals awaiting judgment. Isn't this way too obvious? Aaron thought to himself, did they not understand the concept of trying to hide something only making it more conspicuous? Reacting like this just by seeing the council. It's glaringly obvious they have a guilty conscience. But then again, should he say, as expected of Fairy Tale? Every single one of them must have some sort of record, right? This guild is probably doomed. As expected, is Fairy Tale actually a dark guild? Excuse me. Lahar didn't seem surprised by this. He calmly pushed up his glasses and said, "It's been a while, Master Makarov. I'm here to register the mage who slaughtered the flying dragon." "Ah, hello, Lahar. I didn't expect you to come in person." Makarov leapt down from the counter, while giving a warning look to the few people beside him. The ability of the Op no Mi must not be made known to the council either. Bringing Aaron before Lahar, Makarov introduced him. "This is Aaron Ingwell." Aaron sized up the man in front of him, thinking that the council must value him quite a bit. Instead of a frog man, they actually sent Lahar. Lahar, a working man, under the Magic Council, had a high presence in the original work. Aaron recalled that there seemed to be a buzz-cut teleportation guy who often appeared with him, though he hadn't tagged along this time. Well then, Lahar took out a small notebook. "Could you please tell me, Mr. Ingwell, about the dragon slaying and your magic abilities?" In truth, according to the Magic Council's laws, every mage who joins a guild is supposed to be registered, similar to a real name verification, and their magical effects must be recorded for future management and mobilization. However, the Magic Council's strength was not enough to support them being all-encompassing, so in most cases, the real name verification was just a simple formality. For example, Mira had also registered her takeover magic with the council, but they didn't know exactly how many forms she possessed. This was the leeway between mages and the Magic Council. But this time, Aaron looked at the serious Lahar in front of him. The other party seemed to take him very seriously. As Aaron expected, the council did indeed take him very seriously, and the reason was the flying dragon Agil. For hundreds of years, dragons had been extinct in the world, yet one suddenly appeared last month. Moreover, it was killed by a mage who had absolutely no record in the council. This incident immediately alarmed the high-ranking members of the council. In the end, council member Seagrain proposed to send someone to collect some samples of the flying dragon while fully recording the dragon slayer's background to ensure safety. This plan of action had been set half a month ago, and some of the flesh and blood of the flying dragon Agil had already ended up on the lab tables of the council's researchers. It was only because Makarov kept making excuses that Aaron was away on a mission and not at the guild that his personal registration had been delayed until now. "It's fine, Aaron. It's just a formality. Just play along, you don't need to say too much." Makarov's voice suddenly echoed in Aaron's mind. He subconsciously glanced to the side and saw a young man with side-swept bangs winking at him. Warren Rocco. A mage who specialized in telepathy, magic. He could transmit his or others' voices into the minds of designated targets. In this world without phones, he was excellent at gathering intelligence. Makarov's words just now had been transmitted by him. No problem, Mr. Lahar, I will cooperate fully. After briefly demonstrating the Dragon Communion incantation, Bloodhound Step, and 2 Tomo Sharingan, Aaron watched as Lahar left, fully satisfied. He seems quite happy. Aaron said with a smile. Of course, after all, working for the council is no easy task. Mira smiled, placing a finger on her cheek as she thought for a moment. Speaking of which, the council is really acting unusual this time. In the past, they wouldn't have been so serious. Maybe it's because I'm just too amazing. Show off. What are you thinking about, Jelal? Inside the council, in a hidden room somewhere. By the somewhat dim light, a young mage with blue hair and a strange red tattoo on his right cheek was looking over a document. He was reading so intently, thinking as he read, that he didn't even notice the woman approaching from behind. It's nothing, Altair. Also, within the council, you should call me Seagrain. The youth called Jelal corrected her with some dissatisfaction, and then handed the document in his hand to the woman in front of him. The beautiful woman with long, straight black hair took it and, under the light, saw the name on it. Aaron Ingwell. A rookie mage from Fairy Tail, with an overall strength of quasi-S class, specializing in frontal combat, and extremely rich combat experience. His latest achievement was Dragon Slaying. Dragon Slaying. Altair repeated the achievement. Strictly speaking, it's not the latest. The council's information is outdated. Seagrain shook his head and said. News came from the Skull Guild. Fukuro, one of the Trinity Raven, fought Aaron Ingwald 10 days ago, but that guy Fukuro was completely no match for him. Aaron Ingwald didn't even use the Dragon Communion incantation that can turn him into a dragon. In other words, Aaron's strength is at least above that of the Trinity Raven, and his abilities are very well-rounded. Other than not being able to fly, he basically has no other shortcomings. Jelal speculated that in a battle of life and death, even if the entire Trinity Raven fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance. A very powerful rookie. What are your thoughts? Altair's eyes flickered as she asked. Jelal remained silent for a long time before proposing. Perhaps we can make him our helper. That's highly unlikely, Jelal. Altair shook her head. She had already seen Lahar's evaluation of Aaron's personal character. He is a friendly and gentle person under normal circumstances. Such people have firm hearts, making it virtually impossible to sway them and bring them into our plans. There is no need to bring him in as a person, Altair. Jalal's eyes burned brightly. He could very well become the sacrifice we need most. A sacrifice. Altair pondered for a moment, understanding Jalal's meaning. However, after thinking for a while, she still said. But we aren't ready yet, are we? The preparations for the R system will take at least another 6 months. Therefore, we have plenty of time to set the stage. Altair, if I recall correctly, you have a certain collectible. Still, no. Altair understood what Jelal meant, but she pondered for a long time, seemingly hesitant, before finally shaking her head and saying. Even if we release it, there's absolutely no guarantee that he will be the one to handle it. What if it's another guild? What if it's someone else from Fairy Tail? No, Altair, I am certain of it, absolutely. As long as we ensure that the ones who come are mages of Fairy Tail, it will work. Jello reached into his pocket and pulled out a well-sealed bottle. Inside the bottle, a crimson liquid was slowly flowing. This is the blood of Aaron Ingwell, collected from that battlefield by the Council's enforcement officers. I see. In that case, I will take care of it. After dealing with the registration at the Council, Aaron found an opportunity to head to a certain cottage in the suburbs. Granny Perliuzica. Hello. Handing Granny Perliuzica the gloves made from the flying dragon's wing membrane, Aaron then explained his other purpose for coming. Granny, I want to learn medicine from you. To be precise, he wanted to learn human anatomy. Having already obtained the power of the Opop no Mi, Aaron urgently needed to supplement his theoretical knowledge at this moment. Under his persistent pestering, Granny Perliuzica finally relented. Although she didn't allow him to visit her often, she provided him with sufficiently detailed notes and manuscripts, and told him to come back for an exam after he finished studying. For the next month or so, Aaron lived a repetitive life between the guild tavern and his own dormitory, working at the tavern during the day and returning to the dorm at night to review his anatomy lessons. Of course, during this period, Aaron also followed Mira and Elfman to visit Lizanna's grave. Looking at the photo Mira handed over, Aaron was finally convinced that this was indeed that cute, white-haired cat girl who had a significant role in the original work and was Natsu's childhood friend. What a pity. Looking at the silent siblings before him, Aaron only now understood the sheer difficulty of the task Makarov had given him. Losing a loved one was indeed hard to truly empathize with, especially when that loved one had died because of oneself. In the matter of Lizanna's death, Mira believed she had failed to protect her younger siblings, while Elfman believed he was the one who killed Lizanna. Yet, the situation at the time had been critical. If Elfman hadn't taken over that Beast King, all three of them would have been wiped out. Thus, it was almost an unsolvable puzzle. Unless Lizanna could come back to life. But how could the dead be resurrected? In the beginning, Aaron had a concept involving his Sharingan. When the Sharingan evolved to its limit, it would become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But as it happened, there was also a Senju Hashirama figure in his room. Senju Hashirama was the reincarnation of Ashura, possessing the sage body. When the sage body combined with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the yin-style chakra and yang-style chakra within them would merge, allowing him to awaken the Rinnegan just like Uchiha Madara in the original work. And as everyone knew, the Rinnegan could perform the samsara of heavenly life technique, resurrecting those who had already died. But Lizanna had already been dead for over a year now, and the samsara of heavenly life technique could not resurrect someone who had been dead for so long. Moreover, according to Mira and Elfman, Lizanna didn't even leave a body behind when she passed away. This grave was actually just a cenotaph. Now, there wasn't even any material for the Edo Tensei. This knot in their hearts was completely impossible to untie. Looking at Mira, Aaron recalled the information he had previously learned from Makarov. Mira's issue had nothing to do with her physical health. Her body still retained the demon souls she had taken over in the past using takeover magic, and her magic level was still that of an S-class mage, even significantly higher than an average S-class. But she was just like Uzumaki Naruto when he first debuted, possessing immense power but unable to unleash it. No, actually, she was worse off than Uzumaki Naruto, because Naruto at least had the potential to tap into his hidden power in a pinch, whereas if Mira didn't untie the knot in her heart, she would have no choice but to wait for death when facing mortal danger. Perhaps she might even feel a sense of relief, because that way she would be able to see Lizanna. This was her mental block. To cure a mental block, she could only rely on herself to walk out of it. Placing the bouquet in his hand before Lizanna's tombstone, Aaron sighed and left quietly, leaving Mira and Elfman some space to spend time with their sister before returning to the guild. All along the way, Aaron remained in a state of deep thought, until on the street in front of the guild, he collided with someone who similarly walked without looking where they were going. Bang! Aaron felt as if he had crashed into an iron wall and couldn't help but take a few steps back. His opponent's reaction speed was very fast, immediately reaching out to hold him up. Ah, I'm so sorry. I didn't hurt you, did I? Urza. Aaron looked up, and what met his eyes was a vibrant, eye-catching scarlet. Standing before Aaron was a scarlet-haired woman wearing armor on her upper body and a short skirt on her lower body. One of her eyes was covered by her bangs, making her aura seem very cold and aloof. However, at this moment, the expression on her face was a bit goofy. She froze for a moment, as if searching her memory as hard as she could for his face, and after a long while. I'm sorry, have I met you before? No, we haven't, Urza. Aaron smiled. He raised his hand and pulled his collar open slightly, revealing the emblem on his neck. Nice to meet you, Miss Urza Scarlet. I'm a newcomer to the guild, Aaron Ingwell. Urza Scarlet. A mage of fairy tale with scarlet hair, she was skilled in requip magic, and her hobbies were eating desserts and collecting all kinds of armor and swords. Back when Aaron watched Fairy Tale with his roommates, they had come to this conclusion. Everyone else is a mage, but Urza is a pure warrior. Even dragon slayers with exceptionally strong bodies and magic like Natsu and Laxus still needed fire and lightning to assist them in combat. But Urza, she just learned a one-click gear swap and went right in. Just kidding. Actually, those pieces of equipment provided a huge boost to her. Without them, Urza's combat strength would be greatly reduced. But then again, looking at the Titania before him, Aaron thought to himself that in terms of combat style, his past self was actually quite similar to Urza. A tarnished exploring the lands between also relied on equipment to fight. Bare-handed combat only happened when taking down the mimic tear, and that couldn't even be called a fight. It was just a pure, dishonorable beatdown by the tarnished. Oh, Aaron Ingwell. I see. Fairy Tale welcomes you. Urza exclaimed repeatedly, grabbing Aaron and walking quickly toward the guild. I've been on a long-term request, so I haven't been back to the guild for 2 months. The master is really something, not even sending me a letter when a newcomer joins. Oh, is this for me? Thank you so much. Aaron fished out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Urza. It was a pair of bracers made from the scales and skin of the flying dragon Agil. Not only could they protect the joints, but they also offered decent defense, with magic runes inscribed on the inner side to make them fireproof. I see. Aaron, you actually killed a flying dragon. That's amazing. Urza seemed highly interested, chatting non-stop with Aaron all the way until they pushed open the doors and entered the guild. Splat. Splat. Twice in a row, 2 piping hot apple pies smacked squarely onto the faces of Urza and Aaron as they entered side by side. Ha ha ha. Gray. Eat my fire dragon's apple pie attack. You fool, Natsu. Give it a rest already. Plop. The 2 piping hot apple pies slid down their faces and plopped onto the ground. At this moment, the guild hall had fallen dead silent, except for Natsu and Gray, who were still glaring at each other. Urza. Beside Natsu, Happy realized things had gone horribly wrong. He stammered, pulling at Natsu's coat hem with all his might, hoping to give him a final warning. Natsu. Gray. Room shambles. In the nick of time, Aaron opened his right hand, expanding his room. In an instant, he swapped the positions of the 2 apple pies with a towel, and also swapped Happy's position, before scooping up Happy and bolting out the door. Aaron. Put me down. I can't abandon Natsu. Happy, let me tell you, this isn't called abandoning him. We're just making a tactical retreat. A tactical retreat. Rumble. Hearing the deafening crashes and wails coming from the guild, Happy chose to follow his gut and quickly fled the scene with Aaron, only returning to the guild after buying a can of fish at a roadside shop. By then, Natsu and Gray's faces were so swollen they were practically unrecognizable. One could imagine that for the next week, their main job would be cleaning the guild, or would it? You two, and Happy, pack your bags. We leave for Harjan tomorrow morning. After giving Natsu and Gray a good scolding, Urza stretched her wrists and said. On my way back, I took on another request. According to Urza, the location of her previous request was in Harjan. However, just as she finished the mission and was about to head back, a man claiming to be a local villager approached her, hoping she could step in and help resolve a big trouble. Big trouble. Aaron, who had already changed back into his waiter clothes and was wiping glasses behind the bar, pricked up his ears, listening to Urza's words with some curiosity. According to the man, that big trouble was a poison dragon. Upon hearing this, Natsu immediately picked up on the key phrase. A dragon. What kind of dragon? Is it really a dragon? Urza, is what that guy said true? Natsu didn't want to miss even the slightest clue about dragons. I'm not sure. Urza shook her head and said. According to him, his home village is near the forest of Vath. Originally, wild beasts frequented that area, but since there are many hunters in the village, it wasn't much of an issue. However, a month ago, a monster suddenly appeared. According to the man, this monster is extremely massive, has steel-like scales, can fly at incredible speeds, and always appears at night, so none of the villagers have seen its full form. However, what is certain is that this monster has indeed caused a great deal of trouble for the local village. It has a massive appetite, able to swallow a cow in one bite, and can spit out highly corrosive venom breath. When this venom is sprayed onto farmland, it leaves the entire soil barren. Because of these traits, the locals named it the poison dragon, but whether it is actually a dragon remains unknown. A poison dragon. Aaron nodded. He actually knew of an individual dubbed the poison dragon, which was Cobra, one of the members of Oración Cis. Cobra, one of the Oración Cis, the poison dragon slayer. He was very powerful, still having highlight moments even after Oración Cis disbanded, and in the end, he even got engaged to his snake, Kanana. A pure winner in life. However, according to Urza's description, this was highly unlikely to be Cobra. Why would Cobra eat cattle and sheep or destroy crops for no reason? I originally planned to head over and handle it myself, but the client said that this poison dragon immediately retreats into the forest to hide after preying on livestock, making it very difficult for ordinary people to find. Urza wasn't very good at tracking things down, but Natsu was. Dragon slayers not only have powerful physiques but also incredibly sharp senses. When it comes to tracking prey, Natsu had a lot of expertise. Therefore, Urza returned to the guild first, planning to bring Natsu along before heading back to Harjan. A delay of a couple of days wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. And since she was already bringing Natsu, she definitely had to bring Happy. Since she was already bringing Fire, Urza figured she might as well bring Ice, who had nothing better to do, along too. I see. I'm fired up now. Natsu slammed the table, grabbed Happy, and left. Great put his clothes back on and followed them out. Poison Dragon. Aaron pondered for a moment and said to Urza. Urza, what exactly did that client tell you? Did he explain where that poison dragon came from? No, but it's not surprising for a danger beast to break through the boundary of the forest of Vath and attack a village. Urza took the drink Aaron handed her and took a sip. No, Urza. You've probably never been a hunter, so you don't know much about wild beasts. How should I put it? Perhaps this is just a barrier between professions. Aaron shook his head, put down what he was doing, picked up a glass of water nearby, dipped his finger in it, and drew a circle on the bar counter. Generally speaking, large carnivores possess a high level of intelligence and territorial awareness, which is incomparable to herbivores. His voice was calm and powerful, causing Urza to grow serious as well. If what the client said is true, and this poison dragon eats a cow every few days, then its territory within the forest of Vath must be insanely large. If its hunting ground wasn't large enough, this poison dragon wouldn't even be able to guarantee its basic survival. For such a massive creature, its presence must be extremely strong. And for an entity with such a strong presence, Urza, do you think the council wouldn't notice it? Aaron drew a small circle next to the large one, representing the council, and wrote the word, law. The Magic Council's authority over mage guilds is quite weak, but the council has very strong control over things, outside of guilds. This, outside of guilds, includes the ecological preservation of the magical world. Even danger beasts have their value of existence. The council has relevant regulations stating they cannot be hunted or exterminated at will. A danger beast that swallows cattle and sheep as easily as eating meatballs, if it had existed in the forest of Vath for a long time, do you think the council would have captured it? Absolutely. Urza nodded, also realizing the implication. There were no ready-made cattle and sheep for it to eat inside the forest of Vath, so in the past, it must have survived by hunting other danger beasts. That would have been an absolute ecological disaster for the forest of Vath. So, Urza watched Aaron draw a big X inside the circle representing the forest of Vath and concluded. This is not a native danger beast. It is an outsider, and maybe even placed here by someone. Once she realized this, the nature of this mission changed completely. What was originally a simple mission to hunt a danger beast had now directly turned into a mission to investigate and subjugate an evil mage. Amazing, Aaron. To think you could analyze it to this extent based on just the limited information. Urza praised him sincerely. It's just a small trick, and it might not even be correct. After all, this world is full of wonders. Maybe it's just an ordinary danger beast that suddenly mutated, causing its body to grow dozens of times larger overnight. Even so, it's still very impressive. Urza shook her head. Aaron still hadn't fully adapted to fairy tale's rhythm. In fairy tale, they rarely analyzed the rationality and nature of a mission beforehand. Everyone acted on instinct, and any unexpected events during a mission were resolved through improvisation. Because of this, in terms of combat capability, the mages of fairy tale were considered at the forefront of the entire Fury Kingdom, truly carrying out the phrase, magic is the power of the heart, to its fullest. Of course, also because of this, the reputation of fairy tale's members, who never made plans in advance, wasn't very good. It was quite common for clients to file complaints against them to the council. But now, could it be that the Fairy Tale Guild had finally welcomed their external brain? Urza looked at Aaron with a somewhat meaningful gaze and finally said, Aaron, are you interested in joining this mission? Join this mission. Aaron's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. When he had gifted Mira the bracelet earlier, he had been proud and arrogant, but when faced with the subsequent bill of his debt, he felt like his life was hanging in the balance. Although Master Makarov had made it clear that there was no rush and he could pay it back slowly, being in debt was never a good thing. Because of this, Aaron was desperate to find work opportunities. As luck would have it, there were very few ordinary requests during this time, and he wasn't qualified to take on the highest S-class missions, so he had to keep working as a waiter. Now that Urza had extended an invitation, he finally had a chance to make some big money. I'd love to, Urza. Let's meet in front of the guild tomorrow. From Magnolia to Harjan, one could travel by land or by water. In the end, Urza, as the leader of this operation, chose to take a boat. You're actually fine. On the boat, Gray looked at Natsu, whose face was slightly grim, and was utterly surprised. In the past, Natsu would have already collapsed into a heap by now. I can still hold on, Suppressing his nausea, Natsu answered haltingly. The reason Natsu could withstand the motion sickness was entirely thanks to the dragon tooth pendant Aaron had given him. Although it couldn't completely prevent the side effects that came with the awakening of dragon force, at least he could hold back from throwing up. Hang in there, Natsu. And so, the group of 4 people and 1 cat, Aaron, Urza, Natsu, Happy, and Gray, arrived in Harjan after traveling on the boat for 2 days. As soon as they got off the boat, Natsu was fully revived. Ahahaha. As expected, nothing beats the feeling of solid ground under your feet. Ahahaha. Natsu stretched, turned around, and suggested. Let's go, Happy, let's grab some food first. Happy. The 3 following behind also stopped. The 4 of them gathered around Happy, watching the blue cat stare intently into the distance. Following his line of sight. It was an exquisitely beautiful little white cat. Her white fur was completely spotless and neatly groomed. She wore a small skirt resembling a school uniform, and a small ribbon was tied around her slender tail. Huh, this seems to be. Na, Natsu. I think I'm in love. Spreading his pure white wings, Happy was about to fly toward his love, but unfortunately, the evil fire dragon grabbed him directly, preventing him from moving an inch forward. Calm down, Happy. We're here on a mission. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. The commotion from the fairy tale group seemed to catch the little white cat's attention. She stood up straight, turned her head, and looked over. Carla, what are you looking at? A girl carrying a large bag of ingredients ran over from not far away, bending down to ask her guardian. Nothing. The white cat stared from afar, and suddenly, her gaze fell upon Aaron's face. Ah! The moment the gaze of the white cat named Carla touched the young mage wearing a trench coat, several movie-like scenes flashed through her mind. The first scene was of the young man holding a long, narrow blade, slicing a person in half. The second scene showed the young man with blood-red eyes, commanding a massive, gray tengu burning with ominous flames amidst a sea of fire. The tengu blotted out the sky, holding a two-handed odachi, and with just one swing, it sliced the mountains and the city in half. The third scene was of the young man pointing two fingers at his own forehead, his eyes flashing with a brilliant, multicolored light. He stood upon a scorched wasteland, and surrounding the wasteland were several giant dragons as massive as mountains. Ah! Carla was pale with fright. She hurriedly pulled the hand of the girl beside her, wanting to flee, but the girl behind her didn't understand what she meant and stood there somewhat blankly. I am so sorry. Happy was just being a bit too enthusiastic. Having restrained the love-crazed Happy, Urza stepped forward and sincerely apologized to the girl. From her perspective, Happy had frightened them. Stay away from us. Don't come any closer. Carla had no intention of accepting the apology, only desperately wanting to leave. However, she didn't get her wish in the end, as she was scooped up into the arms of the blue-haired girl. I'm so sorry, big sister, we've caused trouble for everyone. The girl bowed slightly, her cheeks flushed a little. Carla didn't mean any harm. This cat can talk too. Natsu and Gray leaned in, surprised to find that the cat in the girl's arms shared the same characteristics as Happy. They both possessed intelligence equal to humans, and they both could talk. Can this cat talk too? Did she hatch from an egg as well? How did she hatch? Hey! Urza reached out, bonked the overly enthusiastic Natsu on the head 3 times, and dragged him aside, because if this continued, they would really scare them away. The group found a dessert shop with elegant and cozy decor, sat down, and introduced themselves to each other. The blue-haired girl's name was Wendy Marvell. According to her, she was the Sky Dragon Slayer of the Kate Shelter Mage Guild, and this talking little white cat was her guardian, named Carla. Just as Natsu expected, Carla also said she hatched from an egg. In that case, she and Happy were of the same kind. Ahahaha. This is such a coincidence. Natsu was in an excellent mood right now. Both of us are dragon slayers, and we have the same kind of cats. Wendy, we're really fated to meet. Also a dragon slayer. Wendy's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly asked Natsu. Is Mr. Natsu also a dragon slayer? Then, do you know the whereabouts of Grandini? She is the sky dragon, about this big. Wendy spread her arms, gesturing to the massive size of the sky dragon, Grandini. You were also looking for a dragon. Now, they were completely identical. Just like Natsu, who had been searching for Igneal, Wendy was also searching for her sky dragon, Grandini. The two dragon slayers thus opened up to each other, reminiscing about their beautiful pasts. However, as they talked, while Natsu was fine, Wendy couldn't help but burst into tears. Honestly, Natsu, you're so dense. Gray complained, nudging Natsu with his elbow. Aaron sighed, pulling out a tissue from the side and handing it to Wendy. However, this very action touched Carla's sensitive nerves once again. She frantically blocked Aaron, trembling as she spread her arms to shield Wendy behind her. Don't you come any closer. Huh. Aaron was completely baffled. Actually, the moment Carla had spoken earlier, he had already recalled the identities of the girl and the cat in front of him. They were members of Fairy Tale in the original work. One was Wendy Marvell, and the other was Carla. Both were characters with a lot of screen time, especially Wendy, who contributed greatly to the plot later on. Moreover, because of her rare attribute, she was extremely popular. At least, his former dorm leader had liked her a lot. But now, what kind of guild was Kate Shelter? According to Wendy, it was a guild located in the forest of Bath. Its numbers weren't very large, and its strength wasn't very formidable, but Wendy was very satisfied with the guild's atmosphere and was very happy, clearly having no intention of switching to another one. So, did they intercept Wendy and Carla, who were originally supposed to belong to Fairy Tale? Was this also an anomaly different from the original work, just like Lizanna's death? Aaron was noncommittal but didn't dwell on it, treating it as just a minor bug. However, Carla's abnormal reaction to him at this moment made him a little concerned. For he knew that Carla possessed a unique ability. Precognition. Carla's precognition was an uncontrollable ability. At certain moments, she would suddenly see fragments of the future. In the original work, these fragments were basically correct and had a high probability of occurring, though the actual outcome might differ significantly from Carla's speculations. Carla, are you afraid of me? Aaron flashed as gentle a smile as possible, but to Carla, this smile was not much different from a demon's. What did you see, Carla? As soon as those words were spoken, Carla's blood ran cold. He knows. He actually knows what I'm thinking. Then will he? Please don't be nervous, Carla. Aaron pointed at himself and said calmly. I don't know why you are so afraid of me, but please rest assured. No matter what, at least for now, I swear I won't hurt you or Wendy. I promise. Aaron, what are you talking about? What harm? Urza and the other two looked at Aaron suspiciously, utterly confused. It's nothing. Aaron didn't want to delve deeper into the subject, so he let it drop. The four people and one cat looked at each other, still bewildered. Creak. The door of the sweet shop opened, and a tall woman wearing a hood and a mask walked in. On her mask was painted the guild crest of Kate Shelter. She stepped inside, scanned her surroundings, and spotted Wendy and Carla. Oh my tilde Wendy, Carla. Bebel. Wendy waved to her and introduced her to the Fairy Tale group. This is Bebel, a fellow member of my guild. The suddenly appearing Bebel had come to find Wendy. They had come out this time mainly to buy groceries for the guild, but Wendy and Carla hadn't met up with Bebel as planned, so Bebel had come looking for them. Now that she had found Wendy, they quickly took their leave, while the Fairy Tale group still had to ride a carriage for a while to reach the village. By evening, they arrived. The client was an honest-looking middle-aged farmer. He led them to the scene of the Poison Dragons crime, which was currently in utter ruins. Sizzle. Aaron snapped a dry branch and picked up a piece of purplish-red soil from the ground. It was completely contaminated. The toxicity is extremely potent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's instant death upon touch. It certainly lives up to the name of the poison dragon. Aaron tossed away the branch in his hand and asked about the other details. That creature suddenly appeared about a month ago. As soon as it showed up, it barged into the villagers' yards and devoured their cattle and sheep. The poison dragon moved like the wind and stopped once it had eaten. Fortunately, it didn't have much interest in humans, otherwise, this mission wouldn't have fallen to Fairy Tale, and this villager would have likely gone straight to the council. It had to be said that the council did a great job of maintaining order, and the common people held them in high regard. It devoured a sheep last time, and a week has passed since then. The villager pointed to the path the poison dragon had used to escape. I reckon it will return very soon, perhaps even tonight. Looking at the wide path that the poison dragon had literally dragged itself through, Aaron patted Natsu's shoulder. Looks like you're going to be disappointed, Natsu. This was clearly the trail left by a giant snake slithering. There were absolutely no traces of anything resembling dragon claws at the scene. It might have the ability to fly, but in all probability, it didn't have wings. It's a snake. After reaching a conclusion, Aaron drew Bloodhound's fang from his bag and drove it into the ground. The cursed blade Kikoku was something he had unlocked, and could be stored in the void, whereas Bloodhound's fang was brought from the lands between and thus had to be carried on his back. Well then, let's stay here tonight and wait for it to come to us. Night fell. Night in the countryside was unlike the city, the darkness here was absolute. In the sky, there was nothing but starlight, and lights on the ground were scarce, making it so dark that one could barely see their own hand in front of their face. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the nearby forest of Bath, the treetops rustled in the wind. The autumn breeze brushing against their faces felt quite comfortable. However, very soon, a hint of blood was mixed into the wind. Crash, crash. Massive swaths of branches snapped and shattered. From within the forest, a colossal entity as thick as a tunnel and as long as a train emerged, shaking its head as it burst out of the forest. Just as Aaron had expected, it had neither wings nor claws, but it possessed steel-like scales. At the same time, it also had levitation magic, otherwise, given its size, it wouldn't be able to slither at all. Move. To avoid alerting the snake, Aaron and the others hadn't lit a fire, so they hadn't startled the giant serpent. Oh, let's fight. Natsu roared to the heavens, his cheeks puffing up high. Immediately after, a blast of fire dragon's roar completely illuminated the night. Above the wilderness, the flames struck the scales and suddenly exploded. However, the train-sized giant serpent was completely unfazed. Its pitch-black scales were covered in menacing bone spikes, and the temperature of the flames couldn't penetrate them for the moment. Hiss! With a pair of vertical pupils glowing a bloodthirsty crimson, the giant serpent opened its massive maw. A foul, corrosive venom gushed out like a black torrent. Wherever it passed, even stones melted, giving off billowing black smoke, and the ground rotted away. Watch out! Don't touch the venom. Urza flashed out from behind Natsu and closed in. The longsword in her hand slashed horizontally, its steel blade cutting toward the torrent of venom, but it could only block it for a brief moment before the blade began to sizzle, corroded by the venom. Urza! Fall back! Gray stepped forward and spread his arms. Ice make, ice shield. A thick ice shield appeared, blocking the venom. Although the ice itself was heavily corroded, fortunately, it held. That's a huge help. Urza leapt into the air, pushing off the giant serpent's rough scales with her armored greaves to gain height. She drew another sword and thrust it straight at the snake's body, only to be violently flung back by the giant serpent, flying backward. Room, shambles. A transparent dome of space expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the next instant, Urza swapped places with a stone near Aaron, regaining her footing. Thanks, Aaron. Urza took a breath and shook the sword in her hand. It seems we need to break through its defense first, Natsu. Understood. Natsu immediately raised his arms, which were ablaze with orange-red flames. The fire of Dragon Slayer magic surged around him as he charged straight up. Fire Dragon's wing attack. The two heavy strikes, wrapped in raging flames, slammed hard against the giant serpent's scales, but they only left a faint scorch mark before he was swept away by the snake's tail. Wah! Natsu rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. That idiot! Gray frowned, quickly pressing both hands to the ground as ice blue magic power surged. Ice make, ice lance. Several sharp ice lances shot through the air, piercing into the gaps of the giant serpent's scales. These ice lances fused with the ground, barely managing to restrain its movements. On the other side, Urza had already equipped her Heaven's Wheel armor. However, when the flying swords struck the snake's scales, they did almost nothing except shoot off countless sparks. Happy fluttered his wings, circling in the air several times, and shouted. Natsu. Gray. Urza. Aaron. It's still not hurt at all. Is it still not working? The strength of this monster is indeed incredible. Forget about armor penetration, find its weakness. Aaron raised his arm and threw a lightning spear, but it didn't cause any damage. Thus, he called out loudly. Generally, for monsters with scales, their eyes are their weakness. I see. Natsu stepped in front of everyone, already having a plan in mind. Urza, Gray and I will cover you. Understood. Unlike his usual simple-minded style, Natsu was an undisputed genius when it came to combat. Since he had a plan, Urza unconditionally followed his arrangement. Fire dragons roar. Ice make, ice floor. Blasting flames onto the ice floor created by Gray, steam billowed up, obscuring everything around them. The giant serpent became restless. Its eyesight was very poor, making it almost unable to see anything in the dark. It could only react by relying on heat sensing. But now, with hot steam everywhere, it had completely lost its target. Now, Urza burst with brilliant light, transforming the weapon in her hand into a lightning spear, her hair braided and tied with ribbons. Her armor was pale green at its base, with golden lightning patterns flickering incessantly. Lightning Empress armor. Raising the lightning spear high in her hand, Urza burst through the thick mist in an instant, arriving right before the giant serpent. Pierce. A direct hit. The sharp lightning spear pierced directly into the giant serpent's eye. Thunder exploded, blasting the giant serpent's head to pieces from the inside out. Hiss. The giant serpent let out a deafening, agonizing hiss. Its massive body convulsed violently, and after spitting out one last mouthful of venom, it crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. We won. Natsu and Happy high-fived and cheered. Well done, everyone. Urza deactivated her Lightning Empress armor and stretched her wrists. The pair of bracers Eren had gifted her was indeed very comfortable and durable. Urza was highly satisfied. However, what they failed to notice was that a pale black magical soul body suddenly seeped out of the fallen giant serpent. This soul body was so tiny it was almost imperceptible, and its speed was incredibly swift as it rushed straight toward Eren. What is that? From the very start of the battle, Eren had kept his two-tomo Sharingan active. At this moment, he precisely captured the trajectory of that tiny soul body. He immediately drew Cursed Blade Kikoku from the void and slashed out with lightning-fast speed. Slash. The slash, which was sharp enough to cut metal and cleave jade, proved ineffective. The soul body burrowed directly into his chest. Ah! As the soul body entered his body, Eren instinctively clutched his chest and took several steps back. Eren. The others noticed the anomaly and gathered around, asking with concern. What's wrong? What happened? Cough. Cough. Eren coughed twice and suddenly raised his head, his two-tomo Sharingan staring straight at the dense forest not far ahead. Room. Eren pressed his hand down, and the domain of the Ope no Mi instantly expanded. This time, the space directly encompassed an area of nearly 1,000 meters. Shambles. Rustle. Not far away, a snapped tree branch suddenly vanished, replaced by a gray-haired man wearing a dark blue coat with a fur collar. Urza. Without needing an explanation, Urza completed equipping her Heaven's Wheel armor, summoning her flying swords, and launching a surrounding barrage all within a single second. Golden Aegis. The gray-haired man's arm suddenly morphed, transforming into a golden shield. Lowering his body, he raised the shield high. Seeing that her flying swords couldn't penetrate his defense, Urza stopped her attack. By this time, Natsu and Gray had already positioned themselves between the gray-haired man and the dense forest, cutting off his escape route. The gray-haired man was surrounded. Hey! Finally, I've found you. Rusty Rose was in a very bad mood today. Because a few days ago, his direct superior, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, suddenly sent him a message asking to borrow one of his collections to advance the master's plan. He was very reluctant to do this. It was equivalent to your team leader borrowing something you really liked, and then using that item to complete your boss's plan. It was a classic case of getting something for nothing, and it was explicitly stated that it was a loan with no return. If that were all, it would be fine. The key was that this team leader also required him to follow up the whole process to ensure nothing went wrong. It meant he not only had to provide the item but also the manpower. However, if the plan went smoothly, Master Hades would surely reward Ultir, not him. If it weren't for his deep loyalty and awe toward Master Hades, he would never have agreed to this plan. And now, it seemed like, speak of the devil, Rusty Rose was exposed. Tisk. The gray-haired mage frowned, looking at the young man not far away, who was wearing a trench coat and leaning on an odashi. How did he discover him? And how did he himself end up here? Hello, Mr. Evil Mage who releases poisonous snakes. Aaron unsheathed the long sword in his hand, and the blade of cursed blade Kikoku reflected Rustyrose's face. So, can you come with us to the council for a drink? Aaron Ingwell. Rusty Rose straightened his body, revealing an arrogant expression. Owl sends his regards. Rusty Rose opened and closed his lips, saying a familiar name. Owl. Who is that? Natsu asked, a bit detached. It's the enemy Mira and Aaron encountered before. Happy shouted a reminder. So that's it. Gray nodded, crossed his arms, and created an ice sword and an ice shield. Urza. Be careful. The opponent is very likely a member of the Assassination Guild, Skull Guild. Assassination Guild. Urza lowered her body, and at the same time, switched her Heaven's Wheel armor to the diamond armor to increase her defense. If the opponent is a member of an assassination guild, then he likely excels at close combat and rushing. Rusty Rose looked at their reactions without speaking, just taking his hands out of his pockets, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Room. However, contrary to the expectations of Urza and the others, Aaron, who usually handled things steadily, acted out of character at this moment. He directly opened room, then teleported twice in an instant, arriving behind Rusty Rose. Dark sword. Rusty Rose immediately turned his head, while his arm transformed into black iron-colored claws, stabbing forward, attacking instead of defending. Bang! The cursed blade Kikoku turned rapidly, slicing from the side, cutting Rustyrose's arm into several pieces. Wings of Pegasus. White wings grew on Rustyrose's feet, and like Hermes, he flew up, moving away from Aaron. At this moment, Aaron's room was also forced to retract due to the consumption of physical energy. Just one exchange, and Rusty Rose suffered a small loss. Aaron. Be careful, don't risk close combat with him. Urza reached out and blocked Aaron, who was slightly out of breath, behind her. No, Urza. Catching his breath slightly, Aaron loosened his joints. He is not good at close combat. What? Not only Urza and the others, but even Rusty Rose showed a somewhat stunned expression at this moment. At this instant, Rusty Rose thought of a possibility he least wanted to accept. Aaron Ingwell knew him. Although Rusty Rose had previously intended to lead his identity toward the Skull Guild, and although Rusty Rose was confident that his side's intelligence system was far superior to the Magic Council. But at this moment, he was indeed a little panicked. Because Aaron Ingwell knew him. How could he know me? Facing Rusty Rose, whose expression had clearly stiffened, Aaron smiled. Assassin. A member of the Skull Guild. Who are you trying to fool? Urza, Natsu, Gray, Happy. Everyone be careful. Aaron put away the cursed blade Kikoku, drew the bloodhound's fang from his back, shouldered it, and at the same time lowered his body, pointing at Rusty Rose with his other hand. This person is Rusty Rose, one of the 7 kin of Purgatory of the Grimoire Heart Guild in the Balam Alliance. His magic is a lost magic called Arc of Embodiment, which can manifest things from his mind. Crap. Rusty Rose widened his eyes. Hearing his own intel from someone else's mouth, this feeling was too terrifying. What 7 kin of Purgatory? Natsu bumped his fists together. Anyway, this is a fool on the blacklist, right? Then, just beat him down. Well, that's about it. Under the night sky, Rusty Rose stood in a standoff against the 4 members and 1 cat of Fairy Tale. Just now, Aaron had exposed Rustyrose's identity in one sentence. At this moment, the mission Ultir had arranged for him could be said to have completely failed. Although his little collection had been successfully obtained, his identity had been exposed. The reward and the cost were completely disproportionate, and he still had to find a way to retreat. Geez. That's why I say, getting involved with that woman is never a good thing. Having sorted out his current situation, Rusty Rose actually felt relaxed. He interlaced his fingers and stretched. Well then, let's change the plan. The current plan is to kill the 4 members and 1 cat of Fairy Tale, and then leave swaggeringly. How arrogant. After knowing the opponent's background, Urza no longer tested him, directly switching to purgatory armor, raising the serrated greatsword in her hand, pointing directly at Rusty Rose. Tower of Empire. Even though Rusty Rose was arrogant, when facing an S-class mage like Urza who had been famous for a long time, he didn't dare to be careless, directly activating the Tower of Empire. The pitch-black tower flashed with purple light and rose from the ground. Urza's movements suddenly became stiff, and then her whole body was imprisoned by the tower. Room. Shambles. Eren slashed forward with his sword, and the Tower of Empire was immediately cut into several pieces. Tact. Eren raised his hand and waved twice. The first time, he pulled Urza to his side. The second time, he swung the fragments of the Tower of Empire at Rusty Rose. Whoosh. Rusty Rose was completely unafraid, letting these fragments hit him, and then they turned into nothingness. The Tower of Empire was originally cast by his magic, and he could take it back if he wanted. And excluding these, there was something else he was most concerned about at this moment. His hand, it wouldn't grow back. Rusty Rose felt his severed arm and found that the arm had no pain at all, as if it only looked severed. This is space magic. The Council, no, Ultir's intelligence was incomplete. This Eren, he also knew a powerful space magic. Fire dragons, Iron Fist. Ice Make, Geyser. 1 in front and 1 behind, 1 up and 1 down. Natsu and Gray launched a combo, but Rusty Rose was prepared. With just a stomp, a huge beast rushed out from under his feet, pushing him to another place while it took the hit itself. Roar. Hold them off, Belcuses. Arc of Embodiment, Guardian Holy Beast, Thunder Belcuses. The huge black armored beast roared to the sky, spreading its claws. Its huge wing membranes covered half the starry sky, and lightning rumbled in its mouth. Now, Urza Scarlet, Eren Ingwell. Rusty Rose opened his hands, and then a huge lion monster and a goat monster, not inferior to the poison dragon in size, were summoned by him. Let's continue. Let's continue. Rusty Rose spread his arms, and 2 monsters, no less formidable than the poison dragon, appeared to confront Urza and Eren. Eren, the goat is mine, the lion is yours. Understood. Urza swung the serrated greatsword in her hand, caught the goat's horns, and used all her strength to grapple with it, moving away from the immediate battlefield. Eren Ingwell, now, it's just the 2 of us left. Rusty Rose reached out, struck his severed arm with a fierce blow to cut off the lower half, and then, as magic power surged, a new arm grew back in its place. Let me see how many more surprises you, a newcomer, can give me. Moving 100 paces in an instant, before his voice had even faded, Rusty Rose spread wings from his feet and appeared before Eren, sword and shield in hand. Clang! The Bloodhound's fang collided with the sword and shield. Using the momentum, Eren parried with the long fang in his hand and rolled backward to retreat. Roar! The lion monster lunged from the shadow behind Eren, opening its blood-stained maw to bite at him. SSH. Activating the Bloodhound's fang skill, Eren teleported behind Rusty Rose. The lion monster couldn't react in time and bit down on Rusty Rose's shield. Room. Mies. Eren spun around rapidly, extending the thumb of his left hand, pointing directly at Rusty Rose's back. Shadow entry. Rusty Rose had incredible perception. Knowing he couldn't defend in time, he let the lion monster in front of him dive into his body and emerge from the shadow behind him. Bang! Eren's thumb tapped the lion monster's head, unleashing a high-frequency electric shock. The lion monster swayed, fell into the shadows, and vanished. Tisk! Aaron retracted his rune, then swung the finger seal hanging from his wrist, casting the dragon communion incantation, Dragonclaw. Bang! 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 Dragonclaw and Bloodhound's fang, black sword and golden shield. Aaron and Rusty Rose traded blows, the clash of steel flashing endlessly under the night sky. Gale Force Belusfat. After dozens of exchanges, Rusty Rose found it difficult to parry and summoned his other guardian beast. A wyvern-like monster burst from the ground, carrying Rusty Rose into midair. Trying to run, Aaron stepped forward quickly, kicked a pebble from the ground, and swung the side of his bloodhound's fang with all his might, sending it flying toward Rusty Rose in the sky like a baseball. Room. Shambles. The pebble and Aaron swapped positions. Aaron reached out, grabbed Belusfat's tail tightly, and caught up to Rusty Rose. Urza. Aaron shouted a reminder. Swap. Room. Shambles. In the next instant, Urza and Aaron swapped positions, and by then, Urza had already taken a step, rushing along Belusfat's tail to appear right in front of Rusty Rose. Thud. Aaron arrived at Urza's position, clamped the goat monster's horns with his bloodhound's fang, and immediately unleashed a Grail's roar. Roar. The goat monster took the roar point blank, lost consciousness from the blast, and was decapitated by Aaron's blade. In the sky, Urza stepped on Belusfat's back and slashed out. Rusty Rose couldn't block it and had to summon the lion monster to defend, but the power of Urza's purgatory armor was staggering. With a single slash, she split the lion monster in two, then kicked Rusty Rose off his mount. Rusty Rose grew wings from his feet, tumbled a few times in the air, and managed to land. Cough. Rusty Rose coughed, then activated Arc of Embodiment, imagining his injuries healed. Fire Dragons, Wing Attack. Before Rusty Rose could react, Happy carried Natsu down from the sky, two blasts of flame striking the ground and kicking up dust. How? Belusfat. Rusty Rose furrowed his brows, since the Fire Dragon was free, then. Hey, you guy named Rusty something, do you have any more pets? Dozens of ice cannons appeared behind Gray, aimed at Rusty Rose. If not, you might want to consider surrendering. At this moment, the situation on the field had taken a sharp turn for the worse for Rusty Rose. Everyone had returned to their original positions, and Rusty Rose had little magic power left. Rusty Rose, aren't you going to surrender? Hey! Rusty Rose pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Aaron Ingwell, you are just so delightful. In this critical moment, Rusty Rose showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he appeared confident, remaining as arrogant as ever. Originally, our plan was to keep you, but keeping you might very well disrupt the Master's final plan, so. At this moment, Rusty Rose abandoned his plans and gave up his most powerful offensive measure, the Undead of Bridia. Fuse. Chimera. Rusty Rose spread his arms and flung a small bottle from his sleeve. The cap popped off, scarlet blood splashed onto his hands, and then he clasped his fingers together. Ooh. The next moment, the goat and lion monster that had just fallen to the ground turned into ash. At the same time, two soul entities, similar to the giant snake from before, broke free from their shackles and charged straight toward Aaron. Aaron, look out! In a split second, Urza and Gray, Natsu and Happy all rushed toward the two soul entities, attempting to block them, but the soul entities treated their bodies and defenses as if they were nothing, passing straight through them and boring into Aaron's body. Awaken. Chimera. With Rustyrose's words, 3 runes, lion, goat, and serpent, lit up on Aaron's body one after another. This was Rustyrose's collection, a monster he had created by consuming a vast amount of magic power, the Chimera. In its initial form, this monster was 3 separate entities, but only after they were killed could the Chimera truly awaken. Using blood, hair, or personal items as a medium, Rusty Rose could initiate fusion on a target. At that point, the Chimera would resurrect within the target's body, take it over, and be under Rustyrose's complete control. This is my arc of embodiment, fairy tale. Originally, This move was meant to be saved for later, but it doesn't matter. To ensure the master's plan remains unaffected, Aaron Ingwell, you will just have to obediently, huh? Before Rusty Rose could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. In front of him, the young mage in the trench coat suddenly plunged his long sword into the ground and relaxed his slightly stiff neck. At the same time, the three runes representing the chimera dimmed and vanished from Rustyrose's perception. Are you done talking? Hearing Rustyrose's words, the stiffness in Aaron's neck eased quite a bit. He yawned and rubbed his weary eyes. Rusty Rose was shocked. He keenly sensed a powerful, terrifying magic power surging out from the young mage before him, like a volcanic eruption, growing at an astonishing speed before finally stabilizing, matching Urza standing nearby. When Aaron opened his eyes again, an extra Tomo had appeared in each of his scarlet irises. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sorry, Rusty Rose, I disappointed you. Aaron reached out, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and held them up before his face. Release. Sorry, Rusty Rose, I've disappointed you. Dismantle. In an instant, Rusty Rose felt the hairs on his body stand on end and cold sweat break out. He instinctively wanted to turn and flee, but his movement was only half completed. The top half, that is. Thump. Ah. Urza and the others watched as the arrogant, overbearing mage was sliced in two. His lower body remained standing, while his upper body had slapped onto the ground, dripping with blood and wailing incessantly. What kind of magic is this? Happy's eyes widened, but Urza quickly covered them, retorting. Aaron, that's too bloody. Sorry, Urza, that's just how my technique is. Aaron apologized repeatedly, adding, but fortunately, he can't run away now. Don't get cocky, Aaron Ingwell. Rusty Rose still had a sliver of magic power left. At this final moment, he activated Arc of Embodiment, forcibly reattaching his body, and then summoned the swift Belusfat. Fairy tale, just you wait. Leaving behind these final harsh words, Rusty Rose took off into the air, attempting to flee toward the sky. Not so fast. Room. Aaron raised his hand, intending to activate his teleportation, but he suddenly froze, stopping his movement. What's wrong, Aaron? Natsu shouted, that guy is about to get away. By now, Happy was exhausted, and Urza's remaining magic power was insufficient to support her equipping the Heaven's Wheel armor to catch up with the beast known for its speed. It seemed that Rusty Rose was really going to get away. No need to chase him. However, Aaron looked at the swaying giant shadow flying in the sky. Before his voice had even faded, the group heard a sharp cry from not far away. Sky dragons, roar. A whirlwind accurately struck Rusty Rose, causing him to fall and crash onto the ground, losing consciousness. That is. Wendy. The Mage Guild, Kate's shelter, was located near the Forest of Vath in the Kingdom of Fury. During the day, Wendy, Carla, and Bebel had been delayed chatting with the fairy tale group, so by the time they returned to the vicinity of their guild, it was already dark. After dark, everything around became very quiet, and Wendy's perception had sharpened slightly. Therefore, when Aaron began his fight with Rusty Rose, Wendy heard it immediately from across a small patch of forest. Initially, Bebel and Carla did not agree with Wendy approaching the battlefield, because fighting at night carried high risks, especially since Wendy's strength at this time wasn't very high. However, once Wendy confirmed that she had heard the voices of Aaron, Urza, Natsu, and Gray, she insisted on coming to help. Unable to refuse her, Bebel and Carla had no choice but to compromise and bring her closer to the battlefield. By the time the three of them arrived, Rusty Rose was just about to escape, so Wendy blew him down with a sky dragon's roar. That's amazing. Wendy. After lulling Rusty Rose to sleep, and shielded by Natsu and Gray, Aaron quickly used the Op no Mi to stitch Rustyrose's upper and lower body back together, to avoid scaring Wendy, and then tied him up. Alright. The mastermind has been captured. Aaron clapped his hands and announced loudly, this mission is successfully completed. Successfully completed, my foot. The next morning, the fairy tale group saw the full extent of the battlefield and felt as if the sky had collapsed. The area where they fought the giant snake was right next to a patch of farmland. The poison dragon had a massive body, and when facing Natsu and Gray's smoke ceiling, it had thrashed about, landing right on the farmland. Large swaths of crops had been crushed into the soil by the giant snake, essentially turning them into fertilizer. Furthermore, the giant snake's venom was extraordinary. A single bite directly contaminated the farmland's soil. It was unlikely that crops would grow there again unless the entire patch of land was dug up and removed. Besides the giant snake, there were other beasts summoned by Rusty Rosé. The lion monster didn't cause too much damage, but Urza had knocked over many fruit trees while wrestling with the goat. As for Natsu and Gray, they had their own success stories. The lightning-fast Belcusus's thunder and Natsu's flames had directly ignited a patch of forest. Fortunately, Gray's ice make magic extinguished the flames, preventing a forest fire, but after the baptism of alternating cold and heat, those trees were likely not going to survive. Thus, when the sun rose again, the fairy tale group naturally did not receive any gratitude from the client. Fortunately, the client, a middle-aged man, was reasonable. Although they had caused a lot of damage, they had at least dealt with the giant snake, so the villagers did not demand compensation from them. Of course, there was no payment either. So you're saying, we didn't earn a single cent this trip, and we even had to pay for travel expenses. Aaron felt that as a tarnished, he had transcended for the second time. Otherwise, why did he feel so gray and lifeless? PFF'd. Watching the dejected appearance of the 4 people and 1 cat in front of her, Wendy couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Everyone, you are all so cute. Being complimented like that by the cute Wendy, Aaron finally felt a bit of warmth. Oh well. If we don't earn money, then so be it. Let's just consider it volunteer work. Besides, this trip wasn't entirely without gains. Feeling the surge in his magic power, the transformation of his eyes, the increased ocular power, and the incomplete technique in his brain, Aaron felt that this trip was still very much worth it. Rustyrose's chimera hadn't been completely ineffective. When the runes lit up, Aaron had indeed been restrained for 1 second. However, it was only for 1 second. In fact, when the giant snake's soul entered Aaron's body, he had already sensed the anomaly. However, after the soul entered his body, it was directly dragged into his room, and kneaded into a ball. Afterward, the lion and the goat also entered the room, and the result was the same as the giant snake, they were suppressed tightly. Later, when they were simultaneously released by Rusty Rose, the room no longer defined them as foreign objects, but as pests. Thus, within just 1 second, they were completely sanctioned and refined in an instant. The energy of the entire chimera, plus what he absorbed while fighting Rusty Rose, gave Aaron 2 luminous hexahedrons at once. He invested 1 into his Sharingan, obtaining the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The next step would be the Mangekyo. As for the other one, he used it to try his luck, and the result was excellent. He obtained an incomplete technique from the King of Curses, Ryomen Sukuna. This technique had 2 moves. Dismantle. Cleave. Because he lacked sufficient energy, the technique Aaron obtained was incomplete. Naturally, he couldn't use domain expansion, nor could he use reverse curse technique. It's a pity I haven't watched much Jujutsu Kaisen, otherwise, these 2 moves would have high development potential. Looking at it now, if he wanted to reach the level of the prime Ryomen Sukuna from the later stages of the manga, Aaron would have to slowly figure it out himself. Sighing, Aaron slung the Bloodhound's fang over his back. Beside him, Urza was incessantly apologizing to the villagers. Natsu and Gray were bickering again for some unknown reason. Happy was clutching a fresh fish given by a villager and fawning over Carla, while Wendy and Bebel watched everything before them with smiles. Oh well, let's just call it a pleasant adventure. After bidding farewell to the four mages and one cat from Fairy Tale, Wendy, Carla, and Bebel returned to Kate's shelter. Creak, Guild Master, we're back. The door opened, and Bebel, Wendy, and Carla walked into the room. Foolish. Inside the room, Guild Master Rubal of Kate's shelter, wearing a feathered crown and animal skins, looked less like a mage guild master and more like a tribal chief. Good morning, Guild Master Rubal. Wendy greeted him. Wendy is back. Sit down, foolish. Guild Master Rubal said, using his unique catchphrase, and gestured for Wendy to sit beside him. As for Bebel and Carla, they simply said their goodbyes and went back to rest. Foolish, you look very happy, Wendy. Yes. Wendy nodded and said, on this trip, I made some very good friends. Oh, what kind of people are they? Wendy thought for a moment and began to introduce the members of Fairy Tale to Guild Master Rubal. Natsu is a very boisterous but also very enthusiastic person, and just like me, he is a dragon slayer. Wendy's expression dimmed slightly as she said this. The dragon that raised him has also disappeared, and he has been searching for it too. However, she quickly cheered up again. But there is nothing to be afraid of. Originally, I was the only one searching for a dragon, but now I know that there is someone else with the same experience who is also searching. Two people's strength is always greater than one, right? Foolish. Ha 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 ha. Guild Master Rubal looked at Wendy before him and laughed with great satisfaction. It's not just Natsu. There's also Gray, and although he doesn't seem to like wearing shirts very much, he is also a very good person. And there's Urza, who is very cool. And Happy, who, just like Carla, can talk and fly. And there is Aaron, and although I think his magic is a bit scary, he is actually a very gentle and kind person. At this point, Wendy suddenly felt a bit sad. Aaron is always smiling, but I always feel that he isn't truly happy. He seems to be harboring worries all the time. Guild Master Rubal, do you think everyone who harbors worries uses a smile to hide them? Foolish. You have grown a lot on this trip, Wendy. Guild Master Rubal patted Wendy's head and said with emotion, hearing you say that, they really are very good people. Right. Guild Master Rubal thinks so too, right? Wendy was overjoyed, and she clenched her small fist, determined, when we meet next time, I will definitely find out what Aaron's worries are and help him resolve them. Wendy, actually you don't have to wait. Guild Master Rubal suddenly said, do you like those mages from Fairy Tale? Of course. Then, Wendy, would you like to join Fairy Tale? But I am already a member of Kate's shelter. So, what I mean is, would you like to withdraw? I don't want to. Before Guild Master Rubal could finish, Wendy interrupted him directly. Kate's shelter is my home, and I will not withdraw. But, don't you like Fairy Tale very much? But I like Kate's shelter even more, and I like everyone here even more. At this point, Wendy's eyes gradually welled up with tears, and large drops of tears fell. Kate's shelter is my home, and I will not withdraw. Bang! Wendy stood up and ran straight out, leaving Guild Master Rubal alone in the room. Wendy, sigh. Guild Master Rubal raised an arm, looked at his palm, and remained silent for a long time. But, this ship named Kate's shelter, there isn't much time left. We're back. After bidding farewell to Wendy, Aaron and his group immediately contacted the Council's enforcement department on the spot, having them send someone to take Rusty Rose away. At the same time, Aaron reported all the information about his magic, Arc of Embodiment, to the Council. Capturing a core member of Grimoire Heart, one of the Balam Alliance guilds, alive could be called a major breakthrough for the Council. Because before this, the Council only knew of the existence of the Balam Alliance, but had absolutely no specific information about them. This alliance, composed of 3 dark guilds, had been active everywhere, but the Council had never been able to get any information on them, especially regarding Grimoire Heart and Tartaros. They didn't even know where these 2 guilds were located, let alone how many members they had or what their strength was. Therefore, in the long-standing game of chess against the Balam alliance, the council was at an absolute disadvantage and was passive. They were like the patrol officers in Hong Kong films. When an incident occurred, they were always the last to arrive to clean up the mess, always a step behind. And now, they had actually managed to capture a core member of Grimoire Heart, and heard he was one of the seven kin of Purgatory. The high-ranking officials of the council attached great importance to this and directly dispatched personnel to Harjan to coordinate and bring Rusty Rose back to the council. They also stated that they would strongly commend Fairy Tale for their meritorious service and at the same time award Aaron and his group a generous bonus. The news reached Magnolia first, and Makarov almost cried. How many years had it been? Fairy Tale had finally seen some returns on their efforts. After so many years, this was the first time a representative from the council had come to visit, not to hold them accountable, but to commend them for their achievements. Because of this, when Aaron and his group returned to the guild, they immediately received a warm welcome from everyone. As soon as the four mages and one cat entered the main gate, they saw a huge banner hanging from the ceiling of the hall. Welcome home. Following that was the 100-gun salute, arranged by Alzak and Biska. Makarov was in an excellent mood and immediately announced that all food and drinks at the tavern were free for the day, which instantly made the cheers of the crowd drown out the sound of the salute. Welcome home, Aaron. Behind the bar, Mira smiled and handed Aaron a freshly mixed, Demon's Kiss, cocktail. Aaron noticed that she was wearing that silver bracelet on her wrist. He took the drink and downed it in one gulp. It tastes great. This is a souvenir I brought back for you from Harjan. Aaron took a small box from his person and handed it to Mira. It was a transparent glass bottle about 20 centimeters long. The water inside was imbued with magic, resembling ocean waves, and atop these waves was a sailboat that always floated on the water and would never sink. Strauss. Heart. Mira narrowed her eyes and saw a line of small text on the mast of the ship. The Strauss Heart. That was the name of the ship, and it was something Aaron had specifically asked the craftsman to engrave when he ordered this souvenir. It's for you, Mira. Aaron deliberated on his words, and after a while, he said slowly, I hope your heart will never sink. My heart will never sink. Mira gripped the bottle in her hand tightly. I like it very much. Aaron, thank you. Thank you for your hard work, Aaron. After sending off the representatives sent by the council, Aaron returned to the guild tavern and took the waiter's uniform from Mira's hands. There was no helping it, the council's reward could only sustain him for a while. If he wanted a steady, long-term income, Aaron still had to keep working. Heave-ho. Jumping onto the bar counter, Makarov held a wine glass and said with a smile. Being able to capture a core member of the Balam alliance alive, this is truly a meritorious deed. Is that so? Aaron smiled, then said helplessly. It's a pity the job was a complete mess, and the client didn't pay the reward. That's not a problem. Makarov waved his hand, signaling Aaron not to worry about it. Mages from the Fairy Tale Guild going out on missions and failing to get paid due to excessive destruction, is that anything new? As long as they don't have to pay for damages, it's fine. Aaron still hadn't fully gotten used to the rhythm of the guild. Speaking of which, Master, there are actually some issues regarding this mission. Aaron weighed his words carefully and told Makarov about Rustyrose's attempt to control him using the Chimera. Aaron, are you sure that magical beast has been completely dealt with? Mira asked with concern from the side. I am sure. Aaron felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile. So that means. Makarov pondered for a moment and said. That Rusty Rose said himself that he originally wanted to keep Aaron alive, but Aaron's threat was too great, so he temporarily abandoned the original control plan and switched to the goal of killing Aaron. What was their true purpose? Was it just to control Aaron? Rusty Rose is one of the seven kin of Purgatory from the Grimoire Heart Guild. Aaron, you seem very familiar with Grimoire Heart. Urza, clad in armor, also leaned in. She had some questions about certain things. For example, how did Aaron know Rusty Rosé? Makarov and Mira knew about Aaron's background, and after obtaining Aaron's permission, they told Urza. Urza suddenly understood. Traveling between worlds and peeking into the future were not things that were unacceptable to the people of this world. I don't know much about Grimoire Heart either. Regarding Grimoire Heart, Aaron only knew there was a group called the Seven Kin of Purgatory, all of whom were masters of lost magic. Aaron estimated, did these people all have S-class strength? Among the Seven Kin of Purgatory, besides Rusty Rose, I also know of one named Zancro. He is a fire god slayer mage. The reason Aaron had such a deep impression of Zancro was, on one hand, because in the original work, he was defeated by Natsu, and Natsu even used his power to unlock a new skill, Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame. On the other hand, it was because of a meme. God Slayer magic and Dragon Slayer magic are both lost magics, which one is stronger? The answer is God Slayer magic. Because until 400 years ago, people had seen dragons, but no one had ever seen what a god looked like. It's a classic case of, those who are good at fighting have no glorious achievements. What is a fire god slayer mage? Natsu and Happy also crowded over, asking with great excitement. He is a member of Grimoire Heart, at the same level as the Rusty Rose we captured. Aaron patted Natsu on the shoulder. As a fellow fire user, Natsu, you need to step up your training. You can't afford to lose when you face him in the future. Lose. Natsu couldn't stand to hear that. Alright. I'm fired up. Happy. The intensity of our training is going to increase. Seeing them like that, everyone burst into laughter. Aaron. Makarov said in a low voice. Don't tell anyone else about your peeking into the future ability. Makarov now suspected that the reason Aaron had become Rustyrose's target was likely due to a problem with the previous mage registration. In other words, some people had seen Aaron's astonishing potential and wanted to target him before he could grow up. At that time, Aaron only possessed abilities like the Dragon Communion Incantation, Bloodhound Step, and the Sharingan, and he was already targeted by people from Grimoire Heart. If they knew about Aaron's other abilities, then the entire Balam Alliance would probably mobilize. I understand, Master. Aaron nodded. His abilities would only become more numerous and stronger in the future, but no matter how strong he became, he wouldn't dare boast that he was invincible. No matter how invincible, one could not be more invincible than Aknologia. That black dragon was killed by plot armor in the original story. In a shonen hot-blooded manga, in an adventure manga with broken power scaling where one could burst out with power, and kill someone above their level just by having the right emotions, Aknologia was actually killed by plot armor. In other words, perhaps even the author himself couldn't figure out how to kill Aknologia. Anyway, in Aaron's own opinion, with the abilities he currently possessed, wanting to defeat Aknologia was like Shaho Dun looking at Ma Su. It was a long, endless road ahead. With the clear understanding that his strength was limited, the more he hid, the more room he would have to maneuver when facing powerful enemies. Aaron, do you have new power again? Mira suddenly asked. That's right. Rustyrose's power is very strong. Fighting him gave me a great harvest. Aaron demonstrated his 3-Tomo Sharingan and, at the same time, explained the mechanics of dismantle and cleave to Makarov and Mira. Jujutsu Kaisen has a special mechanism. When facing a powerful enemy, explaining one's technique to the opponent actually enhances the power of the technique. Furthermore, since the Master and Mira were not outsiders, Aaron didn't hide it. Aaron. Another round of drinks. Not far away, Kana called out loudly. Coming. Aaron picked up the wine bottle and left the counter. Aaron has become stronger again. Behind the counter, Mira stared at the glass in her hand. Through the glass, the lines on her palm were clearly visible. These clean, fair, and soft hands could have had another form more than a year ago. If you want to, you can come home at any time. Everyone would be happy to see you return, Mira. Makarov picked up his glass and took a big gulp. Aaron is waiting for you, too. I know, Master, I know. Mira lowered her head, her voice low, sounding as if she were answering the Master's words, and also as if she were muttering to herself. Then, don't keep him waiting too long. Makarov jumped off the counter and walked toward the door with his hands behind his back. Time is precious. After returning from Harjan, Aaron's life became very stable and routine again. It was still working during the day, studying anatomy at night, and occasionally asking Mira out to play. Although Elfman always had a strange look in his eyes every time he asked Mira out, Aaron had a thick skin and chose to ignore it. Thus, it came to the end of September. Rusty Rose escaped from prison. That morning, as soon as Aaron entered the Guild Tavern, he heard the terrible news. The night before, Rusty Rose had somehow broken through the council's prison and escaped. Seriously, man. The expression on Aaron's face at this moment was even more spectacular than when he faced the Starscourge General's greatsword slapping him in the face back in Kaled. What are you guys at the council doing? Someone who had already been locked up and had their magic sealed could actually escape. Is the council a sieve? Even though he had expected the council to be unreliable, Aaron still found it hard to accept. Rustyrose's prison break is indeed an unexpected matter. At this moment, in front of the Guild Tavern counter, besides Master Makarov and Aaron, Mirajan, Urza, Natsu, Happy, and Gray were also there. They had a hand in the capture of Rusty Rose, so Makarov had specifically called them over. What are you afraid of? He's already been defeated by us. Even if he escapes, so what? We'll just beat him again. Natsu didn't think too much, but it wasn't without reason. As a dragon slayer, he was always getting stronger, with almost no upper limit. Moreover, he was skilled in combat, and he wasn't afraid at all of an opponent he had already beaten once. Rusty Rose is naturally not to be feared. Aaron nodded, acknowledging Natsu's point, but then said, it's just that his prison break this time will bring a lot of new trouble. Previously, in order to deal with Rusty Rose, Aaron had used all his trump cards, and even then, he had almost let him escape. Besides him, there were still 6 others in the 7 kin of Purgatory. The overall strength of Grimoire Heart could be imagined. After Rusty Rose escaped back, he would definitely share the intelligence on the fairy tale members with the other 7 kin of Purgatory. With the enemy in the shadows and us in the light, it would be even harder to fight. Besides that, there is another problem. Aaron looked at Master Makarov. Master, how did Rusty Rose escape? Escaping from the council's prison shouldn't be an easy task, right? Ah, it's nothing much. Urza suddenly raised her hand and said seriously. I've also been in the council's prison, it's really nothing special. What kind of guild did I join? Aaron shook his head helplessly. Facing the somewhat scatterbrained Urza, he chose to directly state his judgment. Master, given the current situation, can we suspect that there is actually a mole from the Balam Alliance in the upper echelons of the council? Could we suspect that there is a mole from the Balam Alliance within the upper echelons of the council? As soon as these words were spoken, the people in Cats Present couldn't help but contribute a little bit more to global warming. Aaron, what you say makes a lot of sense. The master actually agreed. Gray couldn't help but ask, does the master already have someone in mind? No, I don't, but Aaron's idea isn't unreasonable. In fact, after Rusty Rose broke out of prison, I had already exchanged messages with several other guild masters. Makarov said calmly. The guild masters he referred to were Goldmine, Bob, and Jose Porla and others. They were all guild masters within the Kingdom of Fury and held strong opinions regarding the council's recent mistake. The Balam Alliance had existed for a long time, and they had finally made a breakthrough, but before any intelligence could be extracted, the person was gone. The council was so unreliable that it was hard for the mages of these guilds to maintain their morale. Master. Aaron suddenly raised his hand and asked, As a mage guild master, can you impeach a council member? Impeach a council member. Urza and the others stared at Aaron in unison. This new guy's brain really works well. Impeaching a council member was a job they would have had a hard time thinking of. After all, everyone in Fairy Tale used to walk the other way whenever they saw people from the council. No choice, they were really scared of being punished. Impeach. Aaron's meaning should be for us old folks to challenge the council members. Makarov nodded and said, theoretically, this action is possible. After all, council members are not lifetime positions, but we old folks discussed it and decided not to challenge the council for now. The council was, after all, a symbol of order. They might not be that useful, but at least they were of some use. Especially in this troubled time, with Grimoire Heart having already made their move, it would be completely counterproductive to break up the existing system of the council right now. I see. Aaron nodded. He could also understand this decision. When facing risks, it is definitely better to play it safe. However, that being said, us old folks feel that we cannot continue to wait any longer. Makarov took a puff of his pipe and said, recently, we guild masters have decided to bypass the council and hold a private meeting. Small matters get big meetings, big matters get small meetings. This time, Makarov did not intend to follow the council's arrangements anymore. He directly called up a few familiar guild masters to get things organized. At that time, Mira, Aaron, you two come with me. Me. Aaron was a bit confused. It was normal for Mira to be taken along, as she handled many of the guild's affairs, and she could act as Makarov's assistant during the meeting. But as for himself, he was just a newcomer who didn't even recognize the faces of those guild masters. Rusty Rose was captured by you, and from his mouth, we also obtained intelligence that they were planning to target you. You not only have to go to this meeting, but you also have to speak. Ah, this, all right. Aaron nodded and agreed. In a corner of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, a young man sat in a cafe, drinking coffee while looking out the window, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, a woman with long black hair walked into the shop and sat behind the young man. The two sat back to back, as if they didn't know each other. Nice disguise, Rusty Rose. The woman spoke first. Tisk. The young man was Rusty Rose. His face at this moment was molded using arc of embodiment, completely different from his original appearance. The people from the council would never have imagined that after escaping from prison, Rusty Rose was actually still staying in the capital of the kingdom and hadn't left. What do you say, Ultier? The plan has failed. I'd like to see how you explain this to the master. The plan was messed up by you, Rusty Rose. If you hadn't unauthorizedly activated the Chimera, how would you have ended up in prison? Nonsense. Rusty Rose retorted. The Chimera was completely ineffective against Aaron Ingwell. Your plan was flawed from the start. The plan to insert a spy into Fairy Tale could never have succeeded. According to the plan described by Ultier, Rusty Rose was to first use the Chimera to control Aaron, have him return to Fairy Tale to lie in wait, and then, at the most appropriate moment, bloom from the inside and deliver a fatal blow to Fairy Tale. However, when it came time to execute the plan, Rusty Rose was completely no match for Aaron, Urza, and the others. When he wanted to retreat at that time, he only had two choices. The first choice was to rely on his remaining magic power and use his strongest move, Bridia's Undead, to attack instead of defend, creating an opportunity to retreat. However, Rusty Rose believed that even if he had used this move at the time, it might not have succeeded, so he chose the second one. Directly awaken the Chimera, pull Aaron Ingwell into his own camp, and cover his own retreat. This was a relatively safe plan. Although the plan failed, he could retreat safely. Then, he encountered a Waterloo in his career. Your intelligence is not accurate, Ultier. His magic is definitely not just transformation into a dragon, teleportation, or eyes that can capture movements. He has at least two other types of magic. You need to take this intelligence back and give it to the master. Altair reminded him. I don't need you to tell me, I would do that anyway. Rusty Rose stood up, adjusted his clothes, looked around to ensure it was safe, then walked to Altair's side and lowered his voice. Altair, I don't know what exactly you are plotting, but you had better not create any obstacles to the Master's plan, whether you intend or not. After speaking, Rusty Rose left straight away. Altair sat in place, silent for a long time. Has he noticed something? Well, it doesn't matter. Perhaps Rusty Rose had loyalty to Master Hades, but Altair did not. To her, that seemingly unreachable dream was everything, and now, after years of planning, that dream seemed to be right before her eyes. Thus, after staying for a while longer, Altair got up and left the cafe, walking along the street into an alley. You never told me that you knew people from Grimoire Heart. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Altair stopped, turned around, and looked at the suddenly appeared Seagrain. The other party seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. The plan failed. That Aaron can directly devour the Chimera. As such, he cannot possibly serve as a vessel for Zeref's resurrection. Seagrain seemed a bit annoyed. Moreover, to cooperate with the plan, by letting that person out, our identities are facing the risk of being exposed. These are not problems, Seagrain. Altair said calmly. Whether it's a vessel or a sacrifice, they can all be replaced. That is not the point, Altair. Seagrain stepped forward, cold light flashing in his eyes. You have hidden many things from me, Altair. What is going on with Grimoire Heart? What is their purpose in helping you? This is just a transaction, Jello. Altair said his name. You wanted to use the Chimera, so I borrowed the Chimera from them. As the price, I have to ensure that Rusty Rose can return safely. Is there any problem with that? From now on, you must explain your actions to me in detail. No problem. Altair replied simply. Also, Seagrain continued. Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, and the old folks from a few other guilds are about to hold a meeting. They want to bypass the council. Correct, but I will also show up, in the name of the 10 Wizard Saints. I understand. Do you need me to cooperate with you on anything? No need, I can handle it. Jello turned around and slowly walked away. Advance our plan as soon as possible, Altair. Don't cause any extra complications. The meeting, held privately by the masters of various guilds, was once again set at that villa on the outskirts of Clover Town. According to Makarov, this was a tacit understanding. A tacit understanding between the guild masters and the council members. Logically speaking, several mage guild masters meeting privately is a challenge to the council's authority. On the train, Makarov faced Murajan and Aaron, slowly saying, it's just that in this particular incident, the council bears a great deal of responsibility, so they've decided to turn a blind eye. Even so, the council, refusing to concede, arranged for a council member to follow along the entire time in a personal capacity, both to keep track of the guild's movements and to participate in subsequent decision-making. Even if the council lacks real power, we still deserve a seat at the table. Makarov could understand this. Although he had always considered the council to be unwieldy, sluggish, rigid, and more prone to causing trouble than solving it, he knew very well that the council was crucial. Even the worst order is better than no order at all. Actually, the reason the council exists is to establish a buffer zone between mages, the political systems of various countries, and ordinary people. Mages are, after all, very different from ordinary people. They originate from ordinary people yet stand above them. If not for the council's restraints, then in this world, who knows how many would declare themselves emperors or kings. Because the council exists, things like mages having to pay for the things they break can happen. Makarov took a puff from his pipe, and wispy clouds of smoke curled up, slightly obscuring his face. If mages could use magic without restrictions and without consequences, then organizations like the Balam Alliance would only continue to grow. Understood. Aaron nodded and said calmly. The council is indeed not a perfect answer, but so far, it is the best one we have. As for whether there will be a better one in the future, that will be left for future generations to explore. Not bad. Makarov nodded with satisfaction. This was also what he appreciated most about Aaron. This young man was capable of thinking from the perspective of a guild master. This is rare, especially in fairy tale. I've already received the news. The guilds attending the meeting this time, besides us, will include Blue Pegasus, Quattro Cerberus, Phantom Lord, Lamia Scale, and Kate Shelter. And the representative sent by the council is Seagrain, who, like me, is one of the 10 wizard saints. He is also the youngest council member in the council's history. Kate Shelter. Aaron was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, this guild actually came too. Harjan is in the south of Fiori. Did they cross half the country to come here for a meeting? The master of Kate Shelter is truly public-spirited. That's not it. It's mainly because this incident also involved a member of Kate Shelter. Rusty Rose was ultimately blown away by a roar from the little girl Wendy of Kate Shelter. The council and the masters of all the guilds were aware of this, so during the preparation phase, everyone sent an invitation to Kate Shelter as well. Mentioning Kate Shelter and Wendy, Aaron suddenly recalled something. Master, regarding Kate Shelter, they have a member named Bebel who seems a bit strange. Oh. Makarov became interested. That night, in order to catch up with Rusty Rose, I opened my room. You know that my ability has a detection function. Master, do you know of any magic that allows a person to exist without relying on internal organs, bones, or flesh, forming a body solely out of magic power, yet still appearing exactly like a normal person on the outside? Forming a body solely out of magic power. Makarov distilled this element. If a person has no flesh and blood and is composed entirely of magic power, yet appears no different from an ordinary person, then she is not actually human. Not human. Aaron became interested and waited for Makarov to continue. In this world, there is an existence called a thought projection. It is a clone separated from the main body that possesses a portion of the original's power while sharing experiences with the main body. The magic to separate and create a thought projection is very high level, not something an ordinary person can master, and it consumes a massive amount of magic power. Got it, so it's like a shadow clone. Aaron nodded. It seems Wendy's current companion is quite skilled. Being able to master such magic shows that Kate Shelter is not a weak guild. However, that said, Aaron, how did you perceive that this Miss Bebel is a thought projection? Marajan, who had been silent beside him, suddenly tilted her head and faced Aaron with a gentle smile. Your room's detection ability is so, I am, Sieve. Gulp. Makarov stood up abruptly and jumped off his seat. Sigh. I'm getting old, my stamina isn't what it used to be. You two chat, this old man is going to get something to eat. Makarov unloyally fled the scene of trouble, leaving Aaron alone to face the terrifying demon. Is your detection ability something that activates just by opening your room? Of course not. It only functions when I need it to. Oh, so that means you were looking on purpose. Aaron felt he should just stay silent, because right now, every word he said to Marajan would be used as evidence against him in court. Why aren't you talking? Mira narrowed her eyes, looking every bit like she wouldn't let it go without an explanation. But Aaron didn't speak, he just looked at her silently. Today, Mira had changed into a rather dignified dress, and her makeup was done simply and appropriately, a completely different feeling from when she was in Esraden. Why aren't you saying anything? Aaron didn't answer, he just slowly moved his face toward Mira. What are you doing? Aaron. You. At first, Mira could stay calm, but as Aaron's face got closer and closer. No, sorry. At the last moment, Mira ran away. She stood up and walked quickly out of the carriage. Still haven't made up your mind. At the door, seeing Mira come out, Makarov, who was standing behind the door, spoke leisurely. Ah, master. Mira stamped her foot in embarrassment. Why are you here? Where else would I be? Makarov chuckled and said slowly. That's why I said, don't make him wait too long. Mira, you should also return home as soon as possible. If you and Elfman can find your own happiness, Lizanna will bless you. Looking at Mira, whose expression was still somewhat dim, Makarov sighed. Since that day, you have already lost enough. Mira, don't lose any more. Thus, after a few days of traveling, Makarov, Aaron, and Mirajan arrived at Clover Town. Because of the previous incident, Mirajan spoke much less. Most of the time, she just kept her head down in silence. Aaron knew she was in a bad mood, so he didn't press her. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, anyway. Aaron didn't think his charm was sufficient to wash away the sorrow of Mirajan losing her sister and help her get back on her feet in just 1 month. If it were really that easy, he would have to question Mirajan's character. For Mirajan, Aaron's feelings were pure, sincere, and fervent. He truly felt a long-lost happiness from her. If someone who had struggled in a world of despair suddenly found happiness, they would become an addict, forever unable to quit that feeling. Therefore, in Aaron's view, what he needed to do now was the same as when he hunted dragons in the Kaled Dragon Burrow. Wait patiently, and let things take their course. Things will work out in the end. Humming a tune, Aaron picked up Guild Master Makarov's luggage, and they headed together toward the mountain villa. Oh Tilda Makarov, is this the Aaron you mentioned before? Tilda, he's so handsome. Tilda. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Aaron wanted to go home. At this moment, some people had already arrived in the meeting room, Guildmaster Bob of Blue Pegasus and Hibiki. Guildmaster Jose Porla of Phantom Lord and Juvia Loxer. And also Guildmaster Uba Babasama of Lamia Scale and Jura. Seeing Makarov and the others enter, Guildmaster Bob was the first to stand up and greet Aaron. Aaron stared expressionlessly at this, uniquely styled, Guildmaster Bob, feeling as if he had been frozen by Gray's magic for a moment. Hello, Guildmaster Bob. Mirajan appeared at the right moment, using a gentle smile to ease the awkwardness. Mr. Hibiki, long time no see. Ha, it hasn't been that long. Hibiki smoothed his hair and showed off his physique to Mirajan, causing the white-haired poster girl to politely smile and respond a few times, while imperceptibly leaning slightly toward Aaron behind her. Can't handle it, definitely can't handle it. Blue Pegasus truly lived up to its reputation as a famous guild in the Kingdom of Fury. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come, Jose. After greeting Guildmaster Bob, Makarov went up to the gloomy-faced Jose and sat down in the seat in front of him. What, did this recent incident make you decide to soften your stance toward us? Aaron and the others had underestimated the influence of their successful capture of Rusty Rose incident. Because before this, no one had ever managed to touch the tail of the Balam alliance, so the council thought very highly of Aaron and the others. Especially after Urza voluntarily gave the credit to Aaron, he had become famous throughout the mage circles of the Kingdom of Fury. It was just that he didn't usually read magazines or newspapers, otherwise, he would have discovered that his photo had been in the papers for a month. Therefore, when Makarov found Jose's name on the meeting list, his first reaction was, "This old guy chickened out. Ha 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 ha. Makarov, I'm not in the mood to play these games with you." Jose's gloomy cheeks twitched slightly. The red scarves under the Balam alliance have harassed my Phantom Lord cities more than once. The reason I came is simply to deal with them. Oh. Makarov gave a heavy, oh, with an expression that could be described as quite annoying. Does our guild master have a side like this? Aaron whispered to Mirajan from the side. Yes. That guild master Jose is also one of the 10 wizard saints, just not ranked as high as our guild master. He actually got into a huge fight with our guild master in the past. These two old men once got into a brawl after drinking, arguing over whose guild is the best. As it turned out, Jose lost the fight, and because of that, whenever Makarov attended subsequent regular meetings, Jose wouldn't show up. He had held this grudge to this day. However, although Mr. Jose's strength isn't on par with our guild masters, the power level of Phantom Lord is still very high. Look. Mirajan signaled for Aaron to look at Jose's side. That person should be one of the element 4 of Phantom Lord, the water element, Juvia Loxer. Who? Aaron widened his eyes, looking at the gloomy, female ghost, standing beside Jose, with a face as pale as paper, a stiff and cold expression, and eyes staring straight ahead. This is Juvia. The Juvia who was always hanging around Gray in the original story. You can't tell at all. Looking at Juvia now, Aaron couldn't help but sigh at how wonderful the world is. Leaving Makarov and Jose to bicker on the side, Mirajan led Aaron to greet Grandma Uba of Lamia Scale and Jura, introducing themselves. Afterward, several more guild masters and representatives arrived one after another, such as Guild Master Goldmine of Quattro Cerberus and the martial arts expert Mage Bacchus. For some reason, the moment Aaron saw Bacchus, he absolutely loathed this person. Even though it was their first meeting and he had never even heard of this person before, he just hated him. What's wrong? Sensing the low pressure around Aaron, Mirajan couldn't help but gently tug on his hand. Then, her hand was tightly grasped by Aaron. Aaron! She hissed at him in a low voice. Mirajan struggled twice, but couldn't break free, so she had to give up, letting Aaron have his way for a bit. At this moment, Guild Master Rubal of Kate Shelter arrived with Wendy and Carla. In this meeting, Kate Shelter could be considered the secondary protagonist. Well, since everyone is here. A young, elegant voice suddenly sounded from thin air, and then a flash of light appeared directly in front of the conference table, revealing a blue-haired youth in a white robe. Jello. The person who recognized him before Aaron was Wendy. Mr. Jello. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for so long. What? For a brief moment, a flicker of panic flashed in Seagrain's eyes, and he subconsciously wanted to activate his magic, but when he looked up and saw the people in the meeting room. There were too many people, and they were too strong. His current body was likely no match for them. Wendy. Miss Marvell. Have we met before? You've mistaken me for someone else. Seagrain smiled and pointed at himself. My name isn't Jello. How can that be, but you look exactly like Mr. Jello. Wendy felt a bit aggrieved and disappointed. Her eyes filled with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry. This. Guild Master Rubal. Foolishness. Guild Master Rubal stepped forward and patted Wendy on the shoulder. Wendy, he is not Jello. Foolishness. As an old acquaintance of that, Jello, Guild Master Rubal knew very well what kind of personality that Jello had. Although the person in front of them looked exactly the same, he was not the person he knew. So, that's how it is. I'm so sorry. Wendy's eyes were watery as she apologized to Seagrain repeatedly. It's okay, Wendy. Guild Master Rubal, and everyone else, please take your seats. Seagrain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself that he had finally survived a crisis. The world is so big, there really is no shortage of strange things. Guild Master Bob couldn't help but exclaim. I'd really like to see the Jello that little girl Wendy is talking about, to see just how much he looks like Council Member Seagrain. No, he is most likely Jello himself. Standing behind Makarov, Aaron's eyes were like deep, dark pools, devoid of light, yet his mind was as clear as a mirror. There are no two identical leaves in this world. If one person looks exactly like another, then there must be a connection between them. Furthermore, Aaron knew exactly who Jello was. Jello Fernandez. In the original story, a powerful mage who possessed heavenly body magic, characterized by blue hair and a red tattoo on his face. And the reason Aaron knew him was because he and Urza were childhood sweethearts, known as brother-in-law. Aaron looked expressionlessly at the person in front of him who looked exactly like the Jello in his memory. He was 100% certain that this was Jello. As for why he used the alias Seagrain and hid his identity, Aaron didn't know that. Could it be that he has some ulterior motive? Aaron didn't know much about Jello, but he had heard from his dorm leader before that Jelal had experienced a turn over a new leaf. Turn over a new leaf. Holy crap. He is the spy. In an instant, Aaron's back stopped aching, his legs stopped hurting, and his entire aura changed. One of the purposes of the meeting was to deal with the mole inside the council, but now, before the meeting had even started, he had already found the mole. This meeting has a bright future ahead. At this moment, Aaron was 80% certain that this person was Jelal Fernandez, Urza's childhood friend, and at the same time, the spy who had infiltrated the council and had yet to turn over a new leaf. It was highly likely that he was the one who let Rusty Rose go. Watching Seagrain preside over the meeting, Aaron couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You're really playing it to the limit, brother-in-law. You just let Rusty Rose go a few days ago, and today you've come to Clover Town to preside over a meeting investigating yourself. No wonder you were able to win over Urza. Looking at this maneuver, you're certainly no ordinary person. At this point, Aaron had no interest in the content being discussed at the meeting. He was now struggling with whether he should just take out this boss directly. He scanned the composition of the people around him. In terms of overall combat power, his side should have the upper hand. Although the guild master had said that Seagrain was very strong and a magical genius, Aaron didn't think that the people present couldn't take him down. However, Aaron felt that he was currently encountering the situation of the three brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang facing Cao Cao during the Zushan hunt. You know very well that Cao Cao Jelal has ulterior motives and is no good, but you just don't dare to draw your sword and kill him because the emperor is standing right next to him. Among those present, besides people with extraordinary strength like Makarov and Jose, there were also people like Guild Master Bob and Guild Master Goldmine whose combat power was not that strong, and of course, there were also people like Mira who had basically no combat power. If Aaron were to expose Jalal's identity at this moment, Jelal would have too many opportunities to take hostages and then find a chance to escape. Capturing a 10 wizard saints alive was far more difficult than defeating him, and the price to pay for defeating him would be too great. Another point was that although Aaron knew there was something wrong with Seagrain, he had no substantial evidence. You can't just accuse someone with empty words. After all, Jalal's current status was that of a 10 wizard saints and a member of the council. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Aaron decided to play it safe for now and see what Jelal wanted to do today. So, that is the current situation. We would like to invite Mr. Aaron Ingwell, who has fought against a member of Grimoire Heart, to share some intelligence. Is it my turn to speak? Aaron finally came back to his senses. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, walked up to Jelal, and began to state the intelligence he knew. At the same time, he recounted the battle process with Rusty Rose and took the time to demonstrate room. He did not share Zancro's intelligence with everyone because he was not yet clear about what kind of relationship Jelal had with Grimoire Heart, nor what kind of attitude they would have toward him for possessing this information. In front of a spy, you shouldn't reveal effective intelligence about their camp. If the other party makes temporary adjustments, it would be over. As Aaron had expected, when Jelal discovered that Aaron had only spoken about Rustyrose's intelligence and had not grasped other information, his tone became noticeably lighter. Mr. Aaron Ingwell is indeed very authoritative in dealing with Grimoire Heart. So, Miss Wendy, do you have anything you need to add? Wendy shook her head. Then, regarding the Balam Alliance. Because it was a meeting specifically targeting the Balam Alliance, the duration this time was far shorter than usual. After the meeting ended, the various guild masters did not linger for too long and left in a hurry with their attendants. Guild Master. There is something wrong with Seagrain. After opening room and confirming that no one was following or eavesdropping, Aaron spoke up to warn him. Unexpectedly, Makarov's expression was somewhat complex. He seemed to be contemplating something as well. After a long while, he looked up. Aaron, tell me about the intelligence you possess. That sea grain, he is just like Bebel whom I saw before. His body is also composed of magic power. That guild master of Kate's shelter is the same. When Aaron was speaking, he was standing right next to Seagrain. He had deliberately demonstrated room just to investigate. It's no problem for Guild Master Rubal to use a thought projection. Perhaps it's because of the long distance, and using a thought projection can ensure safety. But for Seagrain, his use of a thought projection changes the nature of the situation. Because he looked exactly like Jello. If you had come in your physical body, that would prove that genetics can indeed create miracles, but you didn't. So, Mira thought for a moment and speculated. Wendy from Kate's shelter didn't mistake him for someone else, he is Jello. And Seagrain is a thought projection. Then, is he the spy who infiltrated the council? No, even if Seagrain is Jello, he is not the Jello that Wendy and Guildmaster Rubal spoke of. If I'm not mistaken. Makarov clearly knew something, but he pondered for a long time without saying it directly. How about this, Aaron, you? Someone is coming. Aaron suddenly interrupted Makarov. He turned to the side and saw a short figure suddenly appear. Guildmaster Rubal. Fool. Guildmaster Rubal greeted them with his strange verbal tick, then said. Guildmaster Makarov of Fairy Tale, I have some matters to discuss with you, fool. All right. Makarov signaled for Aaron and Mira to wait where they were, then followed Guildmaster Rubal to chat for a while. After a while, Guildmaster Rubal took his leave, and Makarov returned with a complex expression. Guildmaster. It was just a small matter. It is fortunate that Guildmaster Rubal told me a few things, so I could confirm some matters. Well, Aaron, continue with your assessment. At the moment, we have no evidence to prove that Seagrain has ulterior motives, but we can launch an investigation into him. Guild Master, do you have anyone you can trust in the council? We need to investigate Seagrain to see if he has any hidden agendas. What Aaron was troubled by now was the lack of evidence, because even if Seagrain used a thought projection, he would have 100 reasons to explain it, and he couldn't be convicted directly. No problem, Aaron. Makarov nodded calmly and said. I will handle everything. However, Mira, Aaron, do not let anyone else know about this matter. Understood. Inside the villa. After seeing off the people from the various guilds, Seagrain sat down and took out a crystal ball. I may have been exposed, Ultir. Aaron Ingwell is suspicious. Facing the woman appearing in the crystal ball, Seagrain rubbed his temples and spoke with some annoyance. What happened? Ultir asked. Seagrain explained the situation of the meeting one by one. That Wendy from Kate's shelter seems to have mistaken me for someone else, but she said my name. Jello was very confused. He was certain that he had never met Wendy before, yet Wendy had called out his name. Aaron Ingwell is very sharp. Although he has no evidence yet, this anomaly is enough to make him vigilant, especially after he learned that the council has been infiltrated. If Aaron is vigilant, then Makarov is vigilant, and if Makarov is vigilant. Jello, you must leave the council immediately. Without any hesitation, Ultir made a judgment. Leave the council and return to the Tower of Paradise. Immediately, right now. You can abandon everything left in the council. Jello was still a bit hesitant. Inside the council, there was still a lot of data and intelligence he had collected. This would expose his goal of resurrecting Zirf. And now, the R system was still very imperfect. If it were forcibly activated now, it would require more sacrifices. His eyes lit up, as if he had figured something out. In that case, I will return to the Tower of Paradise now. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.